Good morning. Let me make sure. Hold on, guys. Mic check. Audio check. Good morning, 05. Sorry, I'm making all kind of noise this morning. Trying to get set up. How are you today, 05? All right, I hear mic sounds. I'm trying to figure out the best setup. Do I still sound okay? Oh, I don't like this pop filter. Hold on. Hey, Killshot. Good morning. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, we're doing good. We're just trying to wait for this verdict to come in. How are you? I'm not ignoring anyone, just trying to sit up. Okay, so for some reason, Court TV is not streaming this morning for the verdict. So I do have this up, which is their local news. Um, and they talked about it earlier this morning, so I'm gonna leave this up until Court TV comes on. Let's see. Actually, I'll just stop sharing screen and I'll keep my eye open for that. Hey, Excavajul. Thank you for being here this morning. How are you? It's been a minute. Good to see you. I'm well, glad you are covering. Oh, this one has been tough. I even went back to watch the live that we did with me, you, and PJ on the affidavit, and it was disturbing then, and like to know all the details and all that stuff is crazy. What are you saying sorry for, Zero Fox? You're fine. Good morning, though. I'm still trying to wake up. Did anyone else? Okay, well, did anyone else wake up to like their cell phones tripping? Like there's like a huge outage with AT&T, Verizon, uh, different cell phone companies, but right now AT&T is, I guess, the worst one. So like we can't make calls. We have Wi-Fi and stuff, but we can't make calls or anything right now. Okay, so let me go back and check Court TV just to make sure, and I will do a Google search, I guess, for it just to. I don't understand why it's not on Court TV yet, but All right, verdict watch for Harmony Montgomery. How are you guys feeling this morning about the verdict? Are you guys nervous, or? I mean, I think we all are. I thought about it all night. Took me forever to fall asleep. I can't find it, so I'm gonna find the verdict watch that we watched, or that I watched rather, yesterday. This was like a recap. Okay. So annoying. There's still nothing on, like, the verdict watch on Court TV. All right. Court TV. We're gonna watch this. Oh, that was weird.
Harmony Montgomery was a beautiful 5-year-old girl with some special needs. Harmony was born into a very difficult and complicated family situation. Her mother, Crystal Sorey, was not with her father, Adam Montgomery. In fact, Adam rarely saw Harmony her first few years of life because he was in prison. When he got out, the visits continued to be sporadic. But that was just the beginning of Harmony's troubled life. Crystal was struggling with addiction and family services were called in. Eventually, Harmony was placed in foster care, but this was not permanent. Adam went to court seeking custody of Harmony. Crystal missed that hearing because she was in another family court in another courthouse dealing with issues involving another one of her children. Then Adam was granted custody. Despite his career criminal status, violent background, and lack of a stable home. At the time, Adam was married to Kayla Montgomery. They had 2 younger boys. This family of 5 was living in a car in New Hampshire when Kayla says Adam beat Harmony to death after she had accidents in that car. Adam says that's not true, and Kayla is responsible for her death. Either way, Harmony has not been seen since 2019, and her remains have never been found. A New Hampshire jury has heard all the evidence and all the arguments and now must decide if Adam Montgomery murdered Harmony. Tonight, we have the latest from court as we continue our investigation of what happened to Harmony. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, so I don't know if any of you had gotten a chance to watch that, but I'll just put that on and I'll just keep an eye out for the other stuff for the live verdict, because nowhere is it live right now as far as the verdict goes. So I'll be watching out for that.
Us, and here we are tonight, a big day in New Hampshire, a big night for this jury. They will tell us what happened here. The jury will tell us. They haven't done it yet, though. They deliberated shortly today. They'll be back tomorrow. From my estimations, you look at a case like this, 8 hours of deliberations would not shock me with the length of this trial, the number of witnesses, the amount of evidence for this jury. But I think once you get past about 8 hours or so, that becomes a long deliberation. So tomorrow, I would suspect, would be the day, but I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. The only people who know are the jury, and the jury will tell us. They'll tell us when they've reached a unanimous verdict, and they'll tell us what happened to Harmony. And when they do, if it is tomorrow, that'll be Judgment Day for Adam Montgomery. Remember, this is the trial that he couldn't wait for. He couldn't wait for. Oh, I had the weapons problem. I knew all about that. Okay, sentence me. Do what you want. But I'm waiting for my day in court because I had nothing to do with the murder of my own daughter, Harmony. That's what he said. Bravely. And now.
And Coward didn't even show up for court, not once.
Now that it's time to face the music, face the evidence, hear the evidence, face the jury,
Doesn't show up. Doesn't show up. And likely will not be there for Judgment Day either. We'll see if he shows up when the jury reaches its verdict. Unbelievable the way all that has developed. He's doing a lot of time already, but a conviction here is about, if he's found guilty, is about punishing him, about justice, about the truth coming out. And that's important. As we sit here, though, a lot of us thinking about, but what about Kayla? What about Kayla Montgomery? Now, she's a prosecution witness, but remember this, and prosecutors across America have to do this day in and day out and remind jurors and remind people that they don't get to pick the witnesses in their case. It's not like a prosecutor starts a case and says, all right, where can I find a good witness? No, the witnesses are the people generally who are in the circle of the life of the accused. And in a murder case, the accused killer. So these are people in his life. And Kayla was his wife. So you wouldn't necessarily expect her to be the most forthcoming, most credible person on earth. Addiction problems, problems with lying, and lying and lying and lying. And I think part of what the jury may be discussing is, what about Kayla? Because she is the one that Adam is pointing the finger at. She is also there, but she's also the most important witness for prosecutors who can put all the pieces together. So there's a lot that they have to discuss about Kayla Montgomery, and we're going to do that tonight.
So I did watch this last night, and they do talk a lot about Kayla, which we've done here a lot. I did find this stream, so we're gonna keep it. We're gonna watch this and wait here. Wait, let me see what the chat saying.
And what we're going to do is break down a bunch of situations that she faced and how she reacted to those circumstances. And we'll bring in our experts to see what it reveals about her and what it reveals ultimately about the truth in what happened to Harmony. Now, the big question tonight is, will there be justice? And that's a question that can be interpreted differently by different people. But for me, justice is one thing and one thing only, the same thing it was when I was a prosecutor, which is the truth coming out inside of a courtroom. And when a jury either finds someone not guilty or is unable to reach a unanimous verdict, you don't get justice. For the person accused, they might feel like if they were innocent that it's justice. But for me, it's not justice until the truth of what happened is determined by a jury. And we'll see. We'll see. Right now, though, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who was in the courtroom all day, joining us live from New Hampshire tonight. Wow. I'm feeling the tension here in the studio. I can't imagine what it's been like in that courtroom and at that courthouse. So let's start here. Today was a big day, closing arguments. That's the name of this show, so you know they're important, right? Tell us first about the defense.
Well, Vinny, nice to see you. And it was another dramatic day in a very disturbing trial. And you're right. Everyone here waiting for a verdict for much of the afternoon was on pins and needles at this courthouse here in New Hampshire. The day started with closing arguments and with the defense. Both sides very passionate. You had public defender Caroline Smith really talking about two themes of this case that she wanted this jury to think about. Adam not hating Harmony, according to her, and that Kayla is the real killer and a liar. Here's more.
Dumbass. Oh, hey, Rapper. Yeah, I heard some of that stuff. I didn't really follow it that much. But how are you? I see if my little hashtag works here that I did. Come on, Nightbot. Come on, Nightbot. Really? I just did this. Like, you should be working. Okay, maybe it won't work. I don't know. I'll remove it. Good morning, Rapper. I said good morning. All right, let me try again. And just to let you know, behind this image, I am watching to see if we have any activity in the courtroom. But it's probably going to be another 20 minutes or so before we usually start seeing them start moving around and stuff. So we shall see how it goes. Yeah, it has been a while, huh, Zero Fox? Now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know why Nightbot doesn't want to work for my Harmony command, but it needs to get its act together. All right, give me 1 second. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning again, everyone. I want to thank you very much for the time that you have spent in this case, for a journey that we told you back before we took the view was going to be a journey that you weren't going to forget. It has been a long couple of weeks. You have been incredibly attentive, and we are very, very appreciative of that. One of the things you heard just a moment ago from Attorney Smith was that she doesn't get the opportunity to come back up here and talk again. That's true. It's called taking turns. It's something that parents teach children. At the beginning, state has to go first, defendant has to go second. At the closings, defendant has to go first, state has to go second. Something very simple that parents teach children. One of the other things that they should teach is if you're going to quote the defendant, if you're going to quote a witness, you have to make sure that you're accurate. So I'll apologize in advance, but let's quote people accurately. I fucked up. Again and again and again. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's what the defendant, his language that he used when he told Travis Beach at the night he got the U-Haul, the night that he disappeared Harmony's body, to whatever place it is now, where he knows it is right now to this day, his words, I fucked up. Not she, not we, not Kayla, I fucked up. Singular, personal, solo. That's the defendant's words. Defense counsel got up here in openings and said that you'd hear evidence that Adam Montgomery was out in the middle of the night doing his business when something happened and Harmony died. If that were so, the defendant never would have told Travis Beach, I fucked up. Adam Montgomery was no loving, caring parent, but an enraged tyrant who had no business being around young Harmony. So together, let's look at the actual evidence, the actual quotes of what you saw and heard as we look at all of the charges that you're going to deliberate on that encapsulate what the defendant did do, and talk about the evidence that you've seen tells you what he committed. And we'll start first with what the defendant's telling you in opening arguments, and now that you can and should find him guilty of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Let's set that as the baseline. Let's start there. Let's see what that actually means before we look at how he committed each one of the crimes charged, not just the ones that he feels are going to distract you from the rest of the nightmare that he's responsible for. Who carried Harmony's body away from the broken down car in the duffel bag, hid her outside of Colonial Village while they stayed in Anthony Badero's blue Audi for 2 nights, put Harmony under a ramp and then in a van, and then in this cooler for weeks at Christina Lubin's house, into the CMC bag, into the walk-in cooler at Portland Pie Company, in the fridge, in the freezer, defrosted her in the shower, consolidated her body yet again, brought her to the Econo Lodge, tricked his friend into renting him the U-Haul, and then dumped her body somewhere. All to make sure that the evidence that could have been brought before you that shows that he's responsible for having murdered her would never be found. And he says you can and should find him guilty of those 2 crimes, of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence for this. He doesn't dispute this. The defense said all of that in their openings, that the defendant did both of these 2 bolded things. Since day 2 of this trial, opening arguments, you should then consider not only all of the testimony, but also all of the corroborating testimony about all of those charges, those 2, falsifying physical and abuse of a corpse, to be true. So let's make it very, very painfully clear from the indictments that you're going to be considering for falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse, making this Harmony fit into this and disappearing her body in the condition that it could not be found for a trial like this one. The evidence was there, and the defendant's counsel professed to you that he's not disputing that, not saying he didn't commit these crimes. So you can check these two off the list. And with that, you got to remember the defendant gets no credit for this. He says that you can and should find him guilty of these, but he's not taking responsibility for them. He hasn't admitted anything. He's not taking responsibility for anything that he did. His argument to you is not because he's taking responsibility. It's tactical. He admits what he can't deny. And he denies what he can't afford to admit. He cannot deny each and every single one of these facts that were presented to you. That she died on the 7th, that he brought her in a duffel bag to Colonial Village, stored her under a deck, into a red cooler, in the closet it fit, in the ceiling it built. It's her blood in the ceiling at the Fit Shelter at 177 Lake Ave. And his fingerprints in the ceiling. Remember, left-handed prints in the ceiling. The only other person being poor Mr. Mondrag, the drywall installer. Into the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company, over to Union Street.
Good morning to those coming in. This was just a recap of the state's closing statement because it was very powerful. It's very lengthy, but if you listen to the entire thing, especially if you haven't been able to watch the trial like from the beginning and all the details of exactly what happened, he goes over everything and he points out exactly what things identify why each charge that Adam Montgomery is facing he should be convicted of, or the verdict should come back guilty. Let me find a list of the well, he goes over them, but it takes him a while. He does talk about it in detail. If y'all would like to listen to that, I can continue to play that, or otherwise I can just find an article and go over the charges. But he does talk about it in detail, so y'all just let me know. But good morning to you, Resto. Like coming in hot, I see. But yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop this for anybody who's on replay at this moment because there's only 5 of us here, and I'm pretty sure we're all following Resto. If not, you should be. If Nightbot even wants, okay, there it goes. Nightbot wants to participate. But okay, let me find this list. Oh, freaking keyboard is so loud. All right, I'm trying to find the goddamn list, but I can't, and I'm having all kind of issues getting settled this morning. My God. Okay. Get it together, Daisy. All right. I'm gonna show you this screen since I'm not gonna press play. Oh, well, that shows a lot. Okay, make sure I'm not muted and you can hear me. So these are the charges he's facing. The abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence is 2 charges that he has already conceded guilt to. And we know pretty much, the falsifying the physical evidence and the abuse of a corpse, he goes on to specifically say how Adam did that. Like how it pertains to Adam specifically in this case. He also explains this, like all of these charges you see on the screen here. He will go over all of those. So like I said, I can go back and watch, like play it from the beginning, but I think most of you have already heard this by now. So again, it was a very strong, powerful closing argument by the prosecution. The defenses was pretty freaking weak. Basically she got up there and repeated, kind of what Kayla said pretty much, and kept pointing the finger at Kayla. It was like all about Kayla, and Kayla lies, and this person lies, and that person lies. But she had nothing new to add to the table, and she had nothing. I know that the burden of proof does not lie on the defendant, but you can't claim that Kayla unalived Harmony and then have absolutely nothing to back that up. So the defense did a really crappy job, and then the prosecution came in and pointed out all of those inconsistencies and just kind of laid it all out like it is. So I am praying for today to be really good news. Like I need, we all do. We need this. Resto, what do you mean 7? Are you typing in your sleep? Resto, wake up. I'm just kidding. It's actually 11 wait, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. It's almost 11 p.m. for you. Resto, are you trying to sleep? He'll probably pop in because I said his name, but he is probably trying to rest. But yeah, so as far as I know, all we're waiting on now is the deliberations. And I'll wait. You're good. Well, are you gonna get any sleep tonight? Are you good? Oh, okay. Well, I had no idea. All right, let's see. I want him to explain it.
It was for the whole of taking Harmony's life and beyond. Don't forget what he's saying that you ought to convict him on as well. That the falsifying physical evidence and that the abuse of corpse are unto themselves evidence of the crime of murder. He's a murderer. That's getting rid of evidence. That's what murderers do. They get rid of evidence that would show others what they've done. They think no body, no evidence, no conviction. They silence witnesses into staying silent or even perjuring themselves so that the witnesses don't tell others what the murderer did. Because murderers don't want to be held accountable for their actions. Murderers want to get rid of the evidence. They don't mind abusing the body so that the evidence of how their victim was murdered can never be found or used against them. They clean bathrooms with ammonia after they get rid of the evidence, like this defendant did. They clean out the plumbing lines, like this defendant wanted to do. They desecrate and hide the dead so that the body cannot tell the story of how they died to the living. That's what murderers do. That's what the defendant did, because he's a murderer too. Now, let's really start now. Let's start and talk about what he did first to Harmony. Excuse me. Let's talk about what happened in June. Let's talk about the second-degree assault. You will likely never forget Kevin Montgomery's testimony as he was sitting up here, taking his time to thoroughly make sure he answered truthfully and recalled to the best of his recollection. And you are never going to forget how he described Harmony's face when he flew home from Florida, having been there in July, come back on the 22nd to see Harmony in the house in the kitchen. And we saw him relive that moment for us, admitting that he asked her, quote, "Oh my God, Harmony," or "Oh my fucking God, Harmony, what did you do to your face?" End quote. And how he told us Adam answered the question. Not Harmony. Adam did. She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house. That's not disciplining a child. That's not pulling her away or jerking her and not protecting someone else. If it had been, the defendant never would have said this when Kevin asked Harmony what happened, would he? Kevin Montgomery told you he was subpoenaed to be here. He did not want to testify against his nephew. And you saw it on his face that he remembered what the defendant said he did. Not Harmony answering the question. The defendant answered it for her. And remember how Kevin said the defendant said this. Another moment, probably not going to forget. When I asked Kevin about how the defendant said he bashed her around the house, Kevin, you'll recall, said, quote, "like a cocky son of a bitch." Nick Ahern told us he saw that black eye and how bad it was. And what did the defendant do? Lied to him. Nick told us how the defendant told him that it was from an injury from playing soccer. Nick told you he only saw it for what? How many seconds? 4 seconds. Only saw it for 4 seconds. Saw how bad it was. He described it as being pretty intense, that it was concerning to him, and that the defendant let her be outside for all of 4 seconds before the defendant told her to get back inside. And what did Harmony do? She obeyed. Nick saw him walk Harmony right back through the front door and then shut it. And so why did Nick hide Harmony away that day? Because he couldn't let a 5-year-old outside on a summer day, could he? Not when her face showed the mark of the assault that he had delivered on her. Shows everyone in the neighborhood, along with Nick, evidence of what the defendant did to her. Katie Morin told us that the defendant used other words to describe that day and what he did, besides bashing her around the house. Did she say a jerk? Did she say a grab? Did she say a yank? She did not. The defendant told her it was, quote, "the worst thing I'd ever done," end quote. And that he had supposedly backhanded her. That tells you that the defendant knew how badly he beat Harmony that day in July, that the defendant called it to Katie Morin the worst thing that he had ever done. And the evidence from the multiple people who saw how bad this was and who heard the defendant describe either inflicting it upon her or hiding her. Don't forget, we also have Demetrios Saros. When he first went to the house, was he able to see Harmony? He told you. Only from feet away, as the defendant was hurrying up and getting Harmony in the car and driving her out of there. And even a week later, when he finally does get to see Harmony, she still has a mark on her face. Finally, you've also got Kayla Montgomery, who told you she overheard the defendant's conversation with Kevin Montgomery and then confronted him because he told her it was from a lightsaber that one of the boys had been swinging around and Harmony got hit in the face. And she confronted him about it and said, "You said it was from a lightsaber." He said, "Yeah, no. What I said to Kevin was correct." He admits that he lied to her before when he told Kayla that Harmony got hit by a lightsaber. More evidence that corroborates that what Kevin said happened, his conversation with Adam, where Adam admitted to hitting Harmony in July, did happen. Simply put, from multiple witnesses, from the defendant's multiple confessions, he committed the crime of second-degree assault on a 5-year-old in July of 2019. And of that, there is simply no doubt. That being said, now we can move on. Who and where and why Harmony was killed? Let's go through what the evidence showed us, one thing at a time. We saw that it was not alone with Kayla, not in the Colonial Village parking lot in the middle of the night, where Adam had gone to go do his business. Not that it was something that you heard that had happened. It was the defendant in the car on the morning of the 7th with his fists. And it was cold. We know it was cold. So cold that Badero's car died that night when they moved over into the Audi. Adam wrote to Matt Gendron, remember, that they were freezing. Cold enough so that Kim Frayne went and gave them the battery pack to help give them the jump start. So we know it must have been cold enough that day that blankets in the back of a car did not appear out of place. Kayla told us how the accidents were happening, and yes, something had happened the night before, but she told you the night before was when the defendant first hit her. Why? For another accident that Harmony had had in the car. An accident that Kayla did nothing about. An accident that the defendant did nothing about and told Kayla to let Harmony lie in it. Kayla told you what it smelled like, and she told you to your face that she still did nothing about it. And in the morning, things were still the same. Kayla described for you how it started up again. It was still dark outside. She told you the first blow in the morning, it was still dark outside. We know that. Why? Because it's December 7th. Because it's before they get to the methadone clinic, and we know that the check-in times there are 7:05 and 7:09. And you know how dark it is in December, just a couple of days away from the darkest day of the year, December 22nd. When the defendant gets out of the car, goes in and gets his methadone, and then comes back, he finds Harmony has done it again. The smell of her inability to control her bladder and her bowels, something that she used to be able to do just fine for years. It's back again in his car again. The last place that he has, the only place that he has. And what does the man whom Kayla saw be so rageful do? And remember, that rageful wasn't just seen by Kayla, wasn't it? We heard from Rose Smith, the driver, years later, 2021. She told you that after giving Kayla a ride to the methadone clinic with Adam and coming back, that Kayla had had bruises that day, terrible black eyes.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there for a minute just to kind of do some commentary and talk a little bit. So yeah, this was attorney Ben Agati, or Agati. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I was watching court TV, what I had playing right before this, which was like a verdict watch, they called it, kind of a recap of the day from yesterday. And in chat, I had, because I was like, I never got this guy's name, but I freaking like love the prosecution in this case. Even the other guy who was with him, the way they questioned witnesses, the way they approached witnesses, the way they handled the entire case has been nothing short of amazing. I've absolutely loved how they handled everything. So yeah, his name is Ben Agati, and I wanted to look it up. He's just amazing. Harmony. Sorry, I can hear my typing. ASMR, right? All right, let's see. And the way he started off the closing argument, like he's like, if you're gonna quote the defendant, then quote them right. And excuse my English, but he just straight up was like, I fucked up. And those were words that Adam Montgomery said the day that he rented the U-Haul. He was tripping. He was out of his mind, talking to his friend, confiding in his friend, and said, I fucked up. So yeah, to me, that's pretty pretty damning. Let's see. So nobody else has really come in. Let's check the verdict. Nope, we're still looking at a flag here. Court TV is not showing anything, but I did find this one. Let's see. Prosecutor Benegatti said defendant Adam Montgomery is an enraged tyrant who had no business being around Harmony Montgomery before detailing the steps he allegedly took to conceal the child's death. Facts. Yesterday I played a bunch of clips from like the previous day. Take all these banners off. Okay, I'll zoom in on here real quick. Y'all can we'll watch this for a bit. I'm also gonna look up some stuff on Twitter because AT&T is having a nationwide outage right now. We woke up to our phones being on SOS, and I thought it was like, I mean, like we literally just went to AT&T and got like a new phone for my husband. His was like, destroyed. Anyway, long story short, we knew our bill was paid, right? And so I was just like, what the hell is going on? And then I went to Twitter, which is where I should have just came in the first place. But as you can see, maybe it might be kind of small on y'all's end, but trending when I first looked on here was outage. It was like outage, US Cellular, my iPhone. Harmony is trending. Oh, that makes my heart happy. Verizon phones. As you can see, it's not just me. There's a major, they're not sure if it's a cyber attack. They don't know if someone just I don't know. First this morning it was like all major. So I saw that it was like Cricket, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, Straight Talk, a bunch of people, right? Most have already gotten their service back, but AT&T is still down. And I like looking at the memes because they're hilarious on here, but yeah, not good. Bruh. I mean, I don't use my phone for calls except for like my husband and my child, but yeah, it's kind of weird. I need my phone. I need my phone back. All right, let me see if I'm missing anything. Okay, no problem. I'll check it in just a second. I want to see what everyone's saying about Harmony. So we're back on verdict watch this morning in the trial of Adam Montgomery. Jurors are set to report to court at 8:45, but that is Eastern, so 7:45 my time. They should have been there already. I don't know what's taking so long. They'll then head back into deliberations. So that's what I was saying. Like, no matter what time this starts today, they still have to get to the courthouse and start their deliberations for the day. I mean, we can be here, or I'm not gonna be here, but we could be waiting for a while. These things can take a lot of time. So, oh, I saw this picture yesterday. I put it on my phone. It's such a cute picture of her. I mean, pictures, a collage, obviously. Oh, I like that. That's so cute. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this up for a minute. I'm still watching the verdict thing. Actually, I'll just switch it to this for now. I need to get up and handle something real quick, but I will BRB, and this is not muted, so you should have sound if something happens in the courtroom. But Like I said, don't expect anything to be in a rush today. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hold on. Let me get situated. Y'all gonna hear me making all kind of noises, but it is what it is, right? Resto, I see trying to keep up the conversation. How's the weather? I am horrible with dead air, just saying, and multitasking. Like I said, right now we are trying to sorry, I'm so sidetracked. I've had anxiety. Like, I don't have it now. I had it last night because I was waiting for this verdict. This verdict is near and dear to our hearts. The town, the locals, the people who did care about Harmony, that did speak up for Harmony, or all wanting this guy to just go away. And we just want the truth. So waking up to my phone not working, and my husband works all day on the road away from home, like an hour or so or more away from me. So him not having a phone is stressing me out. I mean, he has a phone, but we have an AT&T outage right now. So of course I have Wi-Fi, and if he's somewhere where there is Wi-Fi, he'll be able to call me. So I'm trying to figure that out. also trying to text different people that have been interested in the case to let them know I am live. So I am multitasking. I'm trying to do too much at one time, but let's see. Um, right now I'm resetting my phone, trying to get it to come back on. So it's just something else to look at this. Like my whole voicemail thing is messed up. Like what the hell? Um, okay, wait. I'm gonna put this playing again for y'all. Let him finish telling his statements in case people didn't see it.
And that she tried to give her phone to Kayla. And her words were that when he wrenched that phone out of her hands, he told her, "You are not giving that phone to my wife." And she described his face how? A look of pure rage. What does that person do when they get back to the car after their methadone and Harmony has soiled herself again? All he has is his car and his rage and his fists. And Kayla described for you how that went on. For the length of time that the same length of time that you took driving from the clinic here on Market Street up to the Burger King on Hooksett Road, you drove that drive. You know how long that is. And as the smell continued, she described that the hitting continued. And Harmony took blow after blow until she was moaning. And the defendant points to the fact and says, well, other people, they should have been able to see in the car. It's cold. It's dark. We know there's snow on the ground. Snow in New Hampshire means salt, which means the windows probably look the exact same that yours and mine did this morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Allison has entered the building. This is our court expert, you guys. No, honestly, this is my Aunt Allison. Most of you already know that I've been here every day. But like you should ask her. I blow up her phone all the time. Especially with court stuff or case stuff. And so it has been so refreshing to have you in my chat and to be able to talk about like this case with. So good morning. I'm glad you're getting your coffee and it's good to see you. But yeah, if y'all want me to turn this off, because I know, like I said, I watched it twice and it's like an hour long. But as far as the verdict watch, there's nothing going on right now. It's still just the flag. We are live. So if you guys are interested, I know at this point we're just interested in the verdict, right? But there might be some testimony or something that you don't remember from early on in the trial, like the first week or so. So if y'all want to see a certain testimony, let me know. If y'all want to hear something again, if you have questions about anything, please let me know. Otherwise, this is what I got for you. This flag, or we can watch Mr. Ben Agati, one of Harmony's heroes. Because I loved everything he had to say. He freaking brought it home. So whenever I am streaming, I can pay attention to like what's being said most of the time because I am writing notes at the same time. But for closing, you want to listen to the words that he says really, really good. You want to hear how he just wraps up the entire trial and puts it together in a way that a lot of us couldn't really understand or piece together during the trial. So this man did an amazing job. So I don't mind playing it over and over. When I really listened to it yesterday, when I'm not having to pay attention to chat, which don't get me wrong, I absolutely love my chat. Um, when I'm not writing notes and I'm not clicking on tabs and showing banners and multitasking, like there's a lot to being a creator and doing these things, right? But I do it because I'm passionate and because Harmony and Montgomery is in my heart and forever will be. And so I listened to it again last night, the entire thing. And oh my gosh, this man is amazing. He's passionate. You can hear it in his voice, like just how bad he wants this jury to understand everything. And I loved his opening statement, but we have watched it a couple times. So instead of that, I am going to go to Court TV now and see if they got their stuff up and running. And it doesn't look like they do. They actually have another trial starting. I'll show you guys because I don't know anything about this. So this is what Court TV has going on. Oh, excuse me. Oh, stupid allergies, sneezing. Okay. This is what Court TV has in their sneeze attack early this morning. This is what they have on their queue, basically. I'm not sure. Allison, do you know why Court TV would just not be covering the verdict? Because, like, not even on their community tabs. I'm just confused about Court TV. Let's see. So shorts is where most of their stuff was at. Let's go back to some at the beginning. I know most of this we watched. Yeah, I did like a really good recap on it. So looks like we're gonna be just chilling amongst ourselves with this. Good night, Resto. Good morning to us and good night to you. Did court resume yet? Nope. This is the live camera. And this is on Law and Crimes because that's what I was showing. You might have walked away, but on Court TV, their next live is in 53 minutes about the Baldwin movie shooting trial. So all we have is we have Law and Crime, and then we have I had it on their local channel for New Hampshire, WMUR. That's live and that's not showing anything yet. So I really don't know why Court TV is not showing their stuff yet. I don't know. I don't get it, Allison. They ask some stupid stuff in chat sometimes. That's why I can't even deal with their crap in chat. Oh, I forgot I was zoomed in so much. Why does it look like this? Okay. So yeah, looks like we don't have anything so far. We're just sitting here chit-chatting to each other, right? I'm sure that you guys have been like have heard my voice enough for the last almost 3 weeks. So I get it. But all right. So yeah, I don't like this waiting. This waiting is gonna drive me crazy. I've already been live for an hour and we have like nothing going on in the courtroom. I know that they're deliberating. I know whenever they got there this morning, that's probably the thing, they go straight to deliberations. That's fine. I just don't have the patience for this. Um, Court TV will come on when they have reached a verdict. They usually just go on to the next case and announce the verdict. So they'll interrupt their current, like whatever they're showing, to announce the verdict. Like if they say that the jury has reached a verdict, will they interrupt their current live to address the Harmony and Montgomery verdict? Because I really hope so. All right. So I'm just going to go over things I had written down. Let's see. A lot of it we have heard over and over, but some things I forgot that I wrote down. So I'm just looking over them and I'll just go over them with y'all. So it is Harmony's right eye that she was blind in. I remember one of the days we were trying to figure out, but it is her right eye. Let's see. Kevin Montgomery, his testimony was hard to watch only because, like I said, it looked like, in chat and then on social media, people were downing Kevin and saying that, he was probably on something or whatever. If these people took anything before their testimony, that's on them. All I cared about was their testimony. And honestly, Kevin, that was probably really hard for him to do. Just saying. And he did it. He did it. You could see how much it bothered him, the way he explained when he saw Harmony's black eye and then he left the next day. Like, that says a lot. Do you know what? What, Allison? Can you English this morning? Do you know our what to? I don't know what you're trying to say, girl. um, Kayla's testimony was forever. Let's see. See, this is what frustrates me. On Kayla's notes, I have that 11/29/19. Kayla got into her accident. Police went to the scene. Harmony was not in the car seat or the backseat seat belt. The blanket was over her, so PD couldn't see her. They were hiding the fact that she was not restrained. Friend Tabitha played a lot with Harmony. She babysat the kids often. So why would Tabitha Scott not testify? I have heard from multiple people that she was on the list to testify. To me, it couldn't have hurt. I would have loved to hear what she has to say since she babysat the kids often. Yeah, they will start announcing the jury is back and usually they interrupt. Okay, that sounds good, but I'm not sitting here for like 5 to 6 hours today, y'all. uh yeah, I mean most people will just do what everyone else does, right? Leave the tab open and listen for anything. And so for nothing, I'm still looking at a flag. It's 8:30. It's 9:30 Eastern. They were told to be there at 8 a.m., correct, Allison? So if they were told to be at the courthouse at 8 a.m. and it's now 9:30, how long do you think they've actually been deliberating for? Oh, and I guess I'm gonna have to go make a freaking post about my phone because oh, literally. Okay. I'm gonna put this playing again. Let me put on come on. Okay, what is this that we're watching? Law and Crime? Laws and Crime? What is it? Law and Crime. Okay. Sorry, I might hear this start playing here in a minute. Okay. So on my laptop, while I'm multitasking, I have I'm watching. If y'all feel better with me removing this, so that y'all can see if it comes on, I'll put that a little smaller so y'all can see Harmony's little face. I am just gonna take care of a few little things right here while we're waiting. So, um, no, I don't want y'all to sit in silence. Like that's weird. All right. I'm gonna be watching for the flag for you guys, for the flag, for the courtroom to start. I am so all over the place this morning. I'm so over it. I need a verdict. Like this got my nerves bad this morning. Okay. Here is Ben Agati with the state closing arguments.
It's not easy visibility. Plus, think about it. Doesn't take a lot to be able to punch down on a 5-year-old, 35-pound child and make sure that it's below the windows. Not for him. Not for Adam Montgomery. Not against Harmony. Not in that car. And you saw from the Walmart video and the video from Officer Stanzel when they first approached the defendant, when he was trying to find where Harmony was, you saw from that how the defendant looked. Remember him at Walmart. He's not a small or a weak man. He wouldn't need to use much power to inflict deadly force upon Harmony's skull. And you heard it wasn't from one blow of his arm, but several. Take a moment. Let's talk, just take a break and talk about something that defense brought up. The fact that there were other children in the car, and why wouldn't they have been screaming and yelling? I remember that fun catchphrase she tried to get Kayla to say, a cascade of chaos would have ensued. We know young children adapt to their environment like nobody's business. They're frightened by new faces, they're frightened by new experiences, or the unexpected, but they're not frightened by something that's familiar. Why would the other children cry if Harmony had been getting hit and punished in the car? After all, this was the second time in less than 12 hours that they would have seen this if they were awake. They would not have been unfamiliar with his rage towards Harmony in that car. The defendant's theory that punishing Harmony for soiling herself would make the other children cry implies that this is unfamiliar to them. And the evidence shows that it is not. Kayla rejected that cascade of chaos every single time it was proposed to her. And both Kayla and common sense tell you that that makes sense, that that's true. Now, when they got to Burger King, the damage at that point had already been done. As Kayla told you, Harmony laid under the blanket. No one went to get help for her. Not the defendant who beat her, not for Kayla either. And what did the defendant say in that moment? Words matter. I think I heard her this time. This time. This time, I think I heard her. I think I did something. Why say this? Because he didn't do nothing. He did something. He took her life in rage over a bathroom accident. And he admitted in his opening that you can and should find him guilty of abusing her corpse and falsifying physical evidence for what he did afterwards to get rid of the evidence, get rid of her, get rid of the evidence that would have shown he murdered her. But it was the evidence of his crime of beating her. I fucked up. I think I did something. I think I hurt her this time. That's what he believed. You saw Kayla testify. You heard for 2 full days practically while she was on the stand, having to tell you what she saw having happened. And Kayla did nothing. She did nothing. She did not parent Harmony. She did not clean Harmony. She did not change Harmony when she soiled herself and the defendant told her to leave her in it. She didn't stop the defendant. She didn't try to get Harmony help. She didn't call 911. She didn't yell out. She didn't run out of the car. She didn't disobey the defendant. She's not seeking help. She's not seeking attention. He went through the trunk to get her, not her, because she did nothing. Later, she didn't betray him until after she even lied in grand jury and committed perjury for him. She didn't lift a finger. She did nothing. Nothing at all. The defendant wants to have their cake and eat it too when they come to describing her. She's an abuser, but she did something in the middle of the night. She didn't see anything here, but she saw it all. She wants the defendant. Oh, she doesn't want the defendant. Believe her grand jury testimony, but don't believe her grand jury testimony, the part where she said she lied. That part you should actually believe, even though she's telling you it's a lie. Want to have their cake and eat it too when it comes to her testimony. Well, you know, she would have been really conscientious when she was shopping for diapers. Because that's, if you're homeless, yeah, that would make sense. You want to go where you can get the cheapest price. She's a drug user. She's homeless. And for Harmony, she does nothing. They want to argue, well, she would have had this instinct to protect that child. Oh, but she did something to her in the middle of the night. She did nothing. We are tested, all of us, just a few moments in our lives to do the right thing, where our character as human beings is tested to do the right thing. And on this test, December 7th, with where Kayla Montgomery was back in that life, she failed. At grand jury, she failed. She still obeyed him. Even though he had run off to Maine with a second girlfriend since then, she still obeyed him. Katie Morin told you that back then, Kayla would have done anything for the defendant. That's what her protector did to her. He had her conditioned so well, physically and mentally, that she kept his secret, and she did nothing. You saw that in her testimony when she told you about doing nothing. And she told you about not stopping him from hitting Harmony. And she admitted unashamedly, without reservation, she didn't try to take Harmony to the bathrooms to clean her up. She didn't try to get her help. She did obey. She took Harmony's body to Portland Pie when he told her to later, sitting her between her 2 children in the stroller for that 15-minute walk down the street. But she did nothing. You don't have to like her to believe her. You don't have to like what she did. You may have very good reasons for hating her, but that doesn't change the fact that she saw the defendant beat Harmony to death. That doesn't change her credibility on telling us what the defendant did. Just because you believe that her failure to do the right thing is despicable, it doesn't mean that on this she's not credible. She actually tried to humanize this guy. Remember her testimony? She cried. And she said to you and admitted she still cares about him. Her in prison, Harmony somewhere, only he knows. And she still cares about him. And she admits how she did nothing for Harmony. If she was singing for her supper, like the defendant suggested in their opening, she wouldn't have done that, would she? She'd have an answer for every question, an excuse for every moment that she did nothing. She didn't have that on the stand. She would never have admitted that she didn't take the kids to the bathroom or that she let Harmony sit in it that night. And yet she did. That's someone who's not making up a story to make herself look better, is it? She never would have admitted that when Harmony is covered by the blanket as they get their food from Burger King, that she unceremoniously dumped a breakfast sandwich on top of the blanket. Harmony can open that herself. After the defendant had covered her and smashed her face. And yet, that is what she told you happened. Kayla admitted to you that she did nothing. It's not the face of a person who's trying to make themselves out to be the saint and the defendant to be the devil. That's certainly not a master criminal schemer trying to exonerate her own behavior, as you just heard in closing arguments. She is not like the defendant. She's not admitting that what she can't deny and denying what she can't afford to admit, because if she did, she would have never admitted to her failure to act to protect Harmony. She would have never denied doing the small things. She would have claimed, oh, I did do those. I tried to redeem myself. And how she comes across, how she testifies. What she is a battered woman admitting an inconvenient and terrible truth, that she failed in a moment of life when her character was put to the test. She did nothing to help Harmony, nothing to stop her. She didn't kill her. Only the defendant did that. So when defense counsel says that it was Kayla who put Harmony in a duffel bag in the trunk and told Adam about it later, you heard and saw Kayla testify. She did nothing for Harmony. Not a thing. And you can't get something from nothing. And the defendant's promise at openings that you'd see she did something remains exactly now as it was then. And it's a false promise. You've seen that theory with evidence presented to test it, and it is still without support. It is still without corroboration, and it is still unreasonable to believe because it was the defendant who did something. When you consider Kayla's testimony, don't consider it alone. Consider it with all of the facts that go along with that testimony. Facts such as that she does have an agreement to tell the truth. Defense counsel questioned her and argued that, well, she had to give the police a lot more to get out of the additional lies that she said in grand jury. But remember, if she doesn't tell the truth, all of this comes back on her. It's back to square one for her. Her agreement is null and void. But the evidence that you saw, how thoroughly the police investigated this case, where Harmony is, location after location after location in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, 900 plus pieces of evidence to help find out what happened, has only corroborated Kayla about who killed Harmony, about when she died, who hit her, who mangled her body, and who dumped her where she is now, somewhere between here and the Tobin Bridge in Massachusetts. Corroboration, big, fancy, 5-syllable word that stands for evidence that supports that a statement is true. if you just had Kayla's testimony alone, with her truthful testimony on the elements of the crime charged, that would be enough for you to go ahead and find the defendant guilty of all the charges. But you don't just have her testimony. You have so much more, because every witness, 50 witnesses that came in and testified to you about and provided evidence, provide some corroboration for Kayla's account of what happened in ways that she never could have known. And that includes testimony and evidence that corroborates her on how Kayla died, and how Harmony died, and why the defendant killed Harmony, why her body was desecrated, how Kayla was silenced for so long, and how the defendant discarded Harmony like trash so she wouldn't be found. Let's look at just one example. How do we know
I'm still here, y'all. Just letting y'all know I'm here. I'm in the background just waiting.
To induce or cause her to stick to his story, to not testify, to not tell people how he murdered and disposed of Harmony? How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth on that, tampering with her as a witness? It's because the evidence corroborates it. Nicole Giles told us that Kayla was still at the Fit on Lake Avenue, the families in transition shelter, when she saw bruises on Kayla's body. This is back in January of 2020, before Harmony was ever known to be missing. And Kayla is admitting to Miss Giles that the defendant is beating her. And she, what? She asked Miss Giles not to tell anyone. Having just been homeless, now living in a transition shelter with 2 younger children, and having been tested before and failed to get help for a child, she stays silent. She obeys and sticks with the defendant's story. Despite her abuse later, we see that as well from the testimony of Rose Smith, who was giving her that ride for methadone that morning, saw the beating that Kayla had taken the night before. And as she again saw pure rage in the defendant's face as he came and wrenched the phone out of Rose's hands, saying, "You're not going to give my wife that phone." So much so that when you heard and saw Rose testify, you heard her say, ever since then, she refused to drive them around anymore. That she carries pepper spray now. And she said, quote, "Something I will never forget." Kayla is under control and doesn't say what happens to Harmony throughout that time period. And he believes that she's helping police. You heard testimony about how he believed the police were listening in on him and tracking him, and that he was ripping light fixtures down, that he was breaking thermostats and electronics. Kayla told you that he was paranoid that she was working with police and was being listened to. It's not a sign of mental illness. It's not a sign of being sad. A sign of guilty conscience. A sign that you want to continue to exert control, and you should think of it as such. That's corroborated by Dennis Cloutier. Remember the handyman at 644 Union Street? He saw the ripped down electronics, the broken thermostats, and he made the repairs. We also see more of that witness tampering from the testimony of Tara Hilbert next door on Orange Street, when Kayla finally does escape physically the clutches of the defendant, to the cycle of abuse that he had perpetrated for so long. The defendant didn't want to be found out. And since he silenced Kayla because he didn't want to be found out what he had done. And you know that from the very beginning. Don't forget the Facebook messages to Travis Beach. The U-Haul was still out there. What did he tell Travis? The day after, the next morning, when he's trying to find out, Travis is trying to find out where the van, because it's supposed to be back. What does he tell Travis right then? Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again. Just like getting rid of the body and destroying physical evidence, convincing witnesses to what you've done to stay silent. That's what murderers do. That's what this defendant did. They silenced them into staying silent. And the defendant did that for so very long. He made sure that it was his story that was being told. He continued to tell his story and different variations of it to everybody. his lie that he created. To Christina Lubin, remember, this would have been the first day after they got booted out of Anthony Badero's Audi, at Christina's place, tells her, I dropped her off in Massachusetts with her mother. Jessica Guerin tells her over a year later, while she's delivering a gift for her boyfriend, tells her at that time, oh, my other daughter, she's down in Massachusetts, and quickly changes the subject. Demetrios Tsaros, the former DCYF employee, tells her, no, send her down to her mother in Massachusetts. Did that right around Thanksgiving. Courtney Garcia, who sees Harmony in the car on Thanksgiving Day and not there just a couple of weeks later. What's the defendant's story? What does the defendant, not Kayla,
Welcome back, Resto. We are still just watching and waiting. Sorry, I have background noise.
She was having bathroom problems. I'm sorry, dropped her off at her mother. She was having bathroom problems. Tells Rebecca Maines, dropped her off. Their biological mother doesn't even let me see her. A clever lie that works if Kayla sticks to the story that he's told everyone. And it did for a long time. That's why Kayla's in prison today. And corroborating evidence comes not only from the witnesses, but again, from evidence of receipts and from photographs, because a picture does speak 1,000 words. That is not the face of the person who's in control. It's the face of the person who was kept under control. She needed to be kept under control so that what the defendant did to his daughter would not be found out. And it worked for a long time. But all the witnesses who corroborate all testified to a different aspect of seeing the control that he exerted on Kayla and the stories that he told others to stop her from actually working with the police and to stop her from telling police what really happened. That's about what he does to her. But what else corroborates Kayla about why Harmony was killed? The defendant, again, not only about why, but telling Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines that why she is no longer with him, or one of the reasons at the time he gets rid of her, is because she's having bathroom accidents. So you know that that's the reason why he did what he did to her on the morning of December 7th. He's still mad about why this happened. He's still talking about it months with Rebecca Maines, years later. It's why he killed her, having accidents in the car. When Kayla said that the defendant hit her overnight and says words of, you have to stop doing this, that's corroborated by what he told Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines, that he got rid of Harmony because she was having accidents. Rebecca Maines told us just yesterday, a friend of his, a close friend of his, that these accidents are what made him take Harmony away to, what did Rebecca testify? The defendant told her, a better place for Harmony, a better place. He told her that he thought Harmony was having these accidents on purpose. And Courtney Garcia especially recalled that the defendant said the accidents were happening while they were living in the car. So when the defendant says there's no evidence to support Kayla about what happened in the car, you know that's not true. Rebecca Maines could not have been clearer yesterday when she told you and clarified for both sets of counsel that the defendant told her he hated Harmony because Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mother. She could not have been clearer about that. Remember, if the defendant himself agrees with his displeasure and anger at Harmony when he got rid of her, and that was because of having accidents in the car, and when he says it to other people, that's not a coincidence. That's corroboration. Corroboration that he was angry at Harmony for the bathroom accidents. Evidence that even though this little 5-year-old girl that he thought was doing it on purpose, evidence of why he was so angry that morning. What else corroborates Kayla's account of when Harmony was killed and what the defendant did to her? Matt Gendron and Kim Frayne. Both of them corroborate the time of when this occurred. Both of them corroborated because, hey, Kayla told you it happened when they were back, when the last night that they had their car going into the morning, the drive from the methadone clinic to Burger King in the morning on December 7th. And after that, they move into Anthony Badero's Audi. And what do we have on that cold, dark winter night, December 8th, 2019? Just after midnight, we've got the defendant Facebook messaging away to Matt Gendron as he told you, hey, need help, ASAP, please. Need a jump and jumper cables, ASAP. I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery, we've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died. My car died. My car, me. And we know what car he's staying in. It's Anthony Badero's blue Audi. We know that from the tow receipt because the car went and got towed by Aaron Sweeney earlier on the 7th. Matt didn't want to go out. Kim agreed to go out, got there with a jumper pack, and when she was there, no Harmony. The two boys get in the car. Harmony doesn't get in the car. More corroboration of when this happened. Separate from Kayla's testimony, separate from the corroboration that what she says is in fact the truth. What is unreasonable to be believed? What is not corroborated? What's not corroborated is the defendant's theory that something happened in the middle of the night while he wasn't there. There has been no evidence of that. I'm going to talk about Mr. Badero for a few more minutes. The defendant proclaimed in opening that that he wasn't around that night because he was doing his business to get them out of that car. He's unemployed. He got no business. What business have we seen or heard any testimony about? He wasn't out working for Anthony Badero, making money and doing his business, because Anthony Badero showed us he's not the type of guy who's going to go ahead and hire the defendant to go out and work for him in the middle of the night. Tony Badero is not the type of guy who lets a homeless family stay in his car for more than 2 days. He was the type of guy who the family wanted to make sure didn't find out that they were living in Tony Badero's parking lot before their car broke down. And Tony Badero was definitely not the type of guy who was going to trust a homeless drug user who buys drugs from him to drive his car around at the middle of the night to help deliver drugs. Mr. Badero testified that he drove his car back then, despite not having a license. It's not reasonable for you to believe that he is going to have Adam Montgomery drive him around that night, either to deliver drugs or in exchange for drugs. In fact, remember, Mr. Badero admitted to you that when he met the defendant, it was in the late summer of 2019. When? The one time he told you that he had the defendant drive him. And what was he driving to? The courthouse on charges for Mr. Badero getting caught for driving without a license. When you go to the courthouse for charges of driving without a license, probably a good idea if you don't drive your own car. Probably a good idea to have somebody else drive you, which is what Mr. Badero testified to. That was the one time he had the defendant drive his car. And that's back in the summer, long before the family's homeless, long before December of 2019. If the defendant gets pulled over making drug deliveries in the middle of the night, as defense is suggesting you, Mr. Badero's got a lot bigger problems to worry about than driving around without a license. Employing the defendant as his driver is something that Mr. Badero denied, and as you can see from reason, is not something that Mr. Badero would have done. It's not rational. It's also not rational to believe that Mr. Badero would have entrusted the defendant to go out and deliver his drugs for him. From all of the testimony you've heard at that time, you can easily imagine that if Mr. Badero trusted the defendant to go deliver drugs for him, the drugs that got delivered were probably going to be a lot less than what Mr. Badero had promised his customers. Common sense tells you that is not true. Common sense tells you that the defendant has no place to be the night of the 6th and the 7th, except in his car with his family, with Harmony. He has no business. He has nowhere else to be. And why did Mr. Badero tell us all this? He also said that the defendant and Kayla, when he saw them, were always together. Always together. And that when he did go outside and see the kids, it was during the course of the relationship. Mr. Badero said when those days, on the out days when they were in the Audi and he went outside, he did not see Harmony. Harmony was not there on the 8th. Harmony was not there on the 9th. And Kayla, as much as got jumbled a few minutes ago in closing arguments, Kayla was clear as well. It's one of the lies that she told you was a lie that the defendant doesn't want you to believe is a lie. She told you in grand jury that she lied and said that, oh, in grand jury, I told Anthony Badero, I know that Anthony Badero saw the kids in Harmony and waved to him every day. I said that in grand jury, and I lied in grand jury. But you just heard in closing arguments that the defendant doesn't want you to believe that that's a lie, even though she admitted that that's a lie. You want to have your cake, and you want to eat it too. That's what the defendant wants. What else is unreasonable to believe? Arguments that, well, no one would have seen him stuffing her into the duffel bag when the car was pulled over on the intersection of Webster and Elm. Nobody, that could have happened, and for nobody to have seen it, that's impossible. It's easy to manipulate 35 pounds in a rear seat of a passenger when your back is to the sidewalk and the shrubs that you saw there on that section of the road, with a building with very few windows in that section of the road, when it's freezing cold and everyone around you is distracted by the woman who's waving other cars to go around. The physical evidence in the car and the physicality of manipulating Harmony's body show that this is yet another way in which the defendant's theory is unsupported. That his arguments that Harmony died from something other than his hands the morning of December 7th, that is unreasonable. It was he who punished her with his fists that day, and it was he who decided to destroy, alter, conceal, and remove her body from the Sebring to be sure it couldn't be used against him when somebody came asking, where is Harmony? You may, when you're back in deliberations, be looking at the evidence in this case. Different pieces of evidence that are there. Photographs, diagrams, having a good understanding of where everything was, where it was found. And you may be asking yourself, why don't we have more forensic evidence here? First of all, the defendant is telling you that he falsified physical evidence. The other thing is that, as experts have told you time and time again, each one of the experts that got up here, time and elements can wear down DNA and fingerprints and blood. They were able to find DNA 106 trillion times more likely from a female child of the defendant and Crystal Sorey on this toothbrush in the very back of the trunk. The trunk of the Audi that the defendant abandoned, of the Sebring that the defendant had abandoned. But by being so good in hiding his crimes and in intimidating the one witness, the eyewitness to him beating Harmony to death, by wiping down and hiding and destroying evidence, he was sure that there was going to be less and less of it around. And yet still, from that toothbrush, from the ceiling, the truth prevailed. Sometimes evidence is not always where you expect to find it. We heard testimony about this cooler, Christina Lubin's cooler. This cooler that the defendant kept Harmony's body. We know that Harmony was in there in a bag. We also know from Christina Lubin that she used to put money in there, and she had put money in there recently for the defendant to be able to take to help provide for the family. So we know there should be fingerprints on the inside of that because their fingers definitely would have gone in to take the money. And yet the fingerprints are not there. We know that latent prints sometimes go away. And yet when Kayla Montgomery comes forward and tells you, here is what I know. She finally comes forward in June. She leads everybody. She leads police to the evidence that actually corroborates and in ways that she never could have known. She never would have known what was in the fit ceiling. She never would have known that police would have been able to find a sample, an example from CMC of the bag that the defendant had stuffed Harmony into. She told you she initially thought with police this was the bag. She never would have known afterwards that Emily Thompson and Cameron Gibney both saw the bag in the Portland Pie cooler. She never would have known about what had happened and was found and was discussed in testimony about the Union Street bathroom, the ATM records, the Home Depot receipt, the Econostay Lodge, the rental records.
Hey, Killshot. I wonder what they're conversing about. Hopefully, they're just like looking at all the evidence and knowing that without a doubt, Adam Montgomery did this. That's what I'm hoping for.
She never would have known that when she came forward with this. In the ceiling. Not even my height. Kayla Montgomery is not climbing up there to be able to look and see that there's something still in that ceiling. Part of all of those different things and what happened, you should also go ahead and consider what Kayla said afterwards about the forensic evidence that she could not have known would have corroborated her. You heard about the bag of lime. It's not the fanciest looking bag of lime up there, is it? But that's the one that she identified. So let's talk about that for a moment. It's the bag of lime that has the same SKU that had been purchased the day of February 26th. That an 11:20 ATM withdrawal happened at the Citizens Bank in South Willow Street, and 20 minutes later, across the street at the Home Depot, that's when there's a purchase of that bag of lime. That SKU number specifically was found, as was testified to by the gentleman from Home Depot. A purchase of lime by a person who doesn't own a lawn and has nothing to fertilize in the middle of the winter. Common sense tells us maybe the defendant really wanted to get some lye, L-Y-E, like you would find in Drano, breaks down organic material, rather than lime to make your soil doesn't lower the pH, it raises it, makes it less acidic. But the lime purchased at Home Depot 20 minutes after the ATM transaction. And what was it purchased with? A grinder, a blade, that purchase, and a battery, excuse me. That's not a coincidence. Again, that's corroboration. Corroboration that when the defendant talked about how he wanted to get rid of Harmony's body, when they got their tax refunds in their account, that's what he did. So when she told you, we heard about this a moment ago in cross-examination, when she told you that she had seen this grinder new in a box at some point, believing that she had seen it at her mother's house earlier on, when the defendant said that was the kind of saw he wanted to use to get rid of Harmony's body. And then when you heard that Christina Lubin doesn't own this kind of saw, it's a grinder. She does woodworking. This is not a woodworking tool. It's for grinding metal. You have to ask yourself, where is it that Kayla saw this grinder new in a box? Where was it? Again, not the lie of a master schemer, is it? Why would she concoct that out of thin air, as the defendant's arguing? Why say that that's the grinder or saw that he discussed when she knows and testified to you already that there's a corded saw in a box underneath the sink? If this was untrue, if she had not seen this grinder at some point new and in a box, if she was singing for her supper, she would have instantly just said, oh, yeah, it's the saw that we have down there. Saw the whole thing. That's what happened. Yeah, detectives, that's the saw. But she didn't do that. She identified the grinder. She said she saw it new. She remembers it because that's what the defendant talked about wanting to use on Harmony. If she didn't see it at Christina Lupin's house, and the only other place you can reasonably conclude is that she saw it at Union Street, along with the bag of lime, and she doesn't remember it clearly. That's the only other reasonable, logical conclusion to make. It's not a coincidence that from their account, the money gets taken out and 20 minutes later this happens. It's corroboration.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt for a bit to say I love like this part of his closing arguments whenever he does tie everything in together, like with the grinder, the power tools, all of that was like really confusing to us. But basically, he is saying that during the course of the trial, at one point, the power tool conversation had come up, and Kayla testified that she had saw a box with a new tool like that at their home on Union Street that had like was under the kitchen sink or something. She thought it was a power tool. She saw a picture of what was the grinder and she identified that that was the tool she saw. So we know that there was a grinder in the home. What they have not clarified 100% is Adam's part in everything he did after they got to Union Street and before he disposed of Harmony's body. And that's the thing that everyone is talking about right now, right? Like, he has nothing to lose at this point. He has another murder trial coming up. He is already serving time, a lot of time for his weapons charges. So I don't know that he'll ever reveal where he disposed of her body unless there's some kind of possibility like for when he's ready to appeal or something like that where he's going to hold on to that information. He's going to use it when he thinks it'll benefit him, in my opinion. And then I could be totally wrong. You know, they could have a whole different strategy I don't know about and he might reveal that information. I mean, we don't know. And the sad thing is that when you listen carefully to all of these arguments and everything they've stated, they pretty much keep saying that what was left of Harmony. So as hard as that is to hear and to imagine, it's probably by this time, because this was in 2019, that's almost 5 years ago. Like, there's probably nothing that is left to find. And they do say that plenty of times throughout that, like, he made sure he got rid of her in a way that no one would ever know besides him. So we always got to just keep that in the back of our minds, unfortunately. And by the way, there's no courtroom activity as of right now. It's been almost 4 hours of deliberations. So hopefully something soon.
And the next day, Dennis Cloutier is over at the house. The next day, trying to snake the drain, as asked by the defendant. And who did he say is pacing behind him while he is trying to snake the drain? The drain and the drain cover that's already been off. Is it? No, it's not Kayla. It's the defendant, he said. Just the defendant who is pacing behind him. More evidence that Kayla would never have known corroborates what happened. More and more and more. She could never have known that there would be easy pass toll records of the same rental vehicle going back and forth, as Trooper Hernandez told us, through the Tobin Bridge on the night that he left to get rid of the body with the U-Haul. She could never have known when she told police what happened that those records were there, and that lo and behold, the odometer perfectly matches up with the distance to take that drive. Common sense tells you that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that that corroboration existed, because it's not reasonable to think that Kayla would tell and enable police to find other evidence that she did something. If she was the one that who had killed Harmony, like the defendant wants you to believe, she would never have done any of this. The theory does not fit. And I want to jump to another reason why this theory does not fit. He's shown us that he's not the type of person that would have allowed this to happen under his theory. He's argued to you that he's a caring parent, despite what we've seen from the rest of the evidence. But his theory is, in fact, this, that they had planned for hours what to do with the body, and that the plan was to carry her around for months and store her in different places, and then finally do something eventually whenever we get enough money for a grinder. It doesn't make sense. His theory is also that he was such a caring parent that he came home in the middle of the night from taking care of business to discover that his 5-year-old that he fought to get custody of is dead while left in Kayla's care. And he just takes it. He doesn't react. He doesn't rage. His theory is that he doesn't hit Kayla or yell or scream so others can hear, is that he just sits in the car for the rest of the day and night and takes it. Goes to the methadone clinic at 7:04 like it's nothing in the morning and takes it. That's his theory. That's not him. That's not who we've seen. That he would show indifference towards Harmony's death. That he bags, carts, stores, stuffs, frees, thaws, squishes, consolidates his child. He does all of that, then leaves Kayla for another woman, leaves her with this woman that he's arguing to now killed one of his children, leaves the other kids with her, and then takes off to Maine, goes on to live his life. That's not him. That's not him. That's not what we've heard. He doesn't do nothing. He would not have been the passenger in this situation. He's the driver. What the defendant suggests his reaction was would not have been his reaction if Harmony just died in the middle of the night from something, and he came back to find her in a duffel bag in the trunk. So we know that theory that depends on you believing that he's that type of person does not work. It is a fantasy. It is beyond belief. It is a bizarro world that the defendant would have you believe, in light of discovering that his offspring is dead, that he does nothing, and that it's Kayla who's always doing the something. That's not reasonable because it's not supported by the evidence, not with the defendant's lies to others, not with the actions that we've seen him take towards Kayla, not with the evidence that he left on Kayla's face and arms and back. And he lied to others too. He lied to others too. Who's the one that's getting rid of the phone? He's got his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, to get rid of.
Good morning, Sarah Marie. We are about 4 hours ish into deliberations so far that I've heard. We're waiting. So we haven't had any kind of like updates or anything this morning. So we're just doing a recap of the closing arguments. It's almost over. I'm gonna have to find some more content for you guys to watch while we're waiting. But yeah, nothing so far.
Rid of the phone. You saw from the other video there, he doesn't put himself in front of the camera. In fact, you probably saw when he first walked in, he had half a hand over his face. The video's there. You can look at it if you'd like when we go back into deliberations. He lied to the tow truck driver about his address. He had to abandon the car. It was the crime scene. He told the tow truck driver, I live at 77 Guilford Street. You know he doesn't live at 77 Guilford Street. Told the tow truck driver, I got no phone. We know he has a phone. He used it that night to Facebook message Matt Gendron to try to get a jump for the dead car. He lies to get rid of things. He tries to continue to hide. He tells Travis Beach, don't send me this stuff on Facebook. He certainly does have a cell phone during that time. He wants to get his car away from him as fast as possible. What better way to abandon it? Just tell the tow truck driver you don't have the phone and don't worry about it. Let him get rid of the evidence, because he's telling you now that he's guilty of getting rid of evidence. The defendant admitted only to what he had to, which to you or I would be unspeakable acts to do to any human being, let alone a small child, let alone your own flesh and blood. He says in his arguments you should find him guilty of altering, destroying, concealing, and removing Harmony's body. And he admits this. Why? Because he thinks you're going to be fooled. His counsel questioned Kayla with the legal principle, and I'm sure you remember it. He was asking Kayla about her petty theft from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, you took some responsibility of it. You took the lesser way out of the problem so you wouldn't get a more serious charge. That's what he thinks that you're going to let him do. He thinks if you'll let him slide on the murder, if he admits to what happened afterwards, because he knows the evidence of that is overwhelming, that you'll let it go on the other two. He admits what he can't deny. He denies what he can't afford to admit. And the only part of Harmony that we have left will be sitting in that deliberation room with you on that pink toothbrush and outside here in this part of the ceiling wall that's there. And the other parts of her body, her rest of her torso, her face, her eyes, that smile, only the defendant, as we all sit and stand here today, knows where they are. And he can't afford to admit to you that he knows where they are, because the evidence contained on them will show that he caused her death. So she won't get the burial that everyone deserves. She doesn't get a headstone in the ground above the head that he battered. She doesn't get to be at peace in death because of what he did, because he can't afford to tell anyone where she is. She doesn't get dignity. She doesn't get peace because this man did nothing. He didn't do nothing. He did something called murder. And because he says trying to find her is a waste of time, that trying to find her is a waste of taxpayer money, that's what he thinks of her. That's what he thinks of what he did. That's what he thinks of you now. Efforts to find where he put her and what he did to her and why he killed her, they're a waste of time to him. His words, you heard them, to find the child that he murdered and the evidence that he hid. He believes Harmony's life and death are a waste of time and that they weren't anything to him and that he dumped her like trash. This is what you've seen in the evidence. This is what you've heard the defendant say when you consider whether he has an extreme indifference to the value of Harmony's life when he killed her. He had no value for her life when he killed her. He took an innocent life, a child, for no reason other than his rage and his indifference and his ignorance and his lack of humanity. Because this trial is about Harmony Montgomery. And you sat here and you were so attentive to every moment, every terrible fact. You watched the eyes and the voices of every witness, and you know it's not about quantity, it's about quality. How they testified, how they looked at you when they answered questions on cross and direct. That was not a waste of time. Only Harmony's killer would say that finding her is a waste of time. That's bearing witness is what you have done to the truth. And that's a front row seat on what this man perpetrated on Harmony and her body and the truth from being shown to you, who cowardly runs off to Maine to distance himself from the scene of his crimes, who runs with Demetrios, comes to the house and could see that bruise on her face. And even then, a week later, Demetrios still saw marks of her after the defender had bashed her all around the house. The man who complains about tracking down leads in Arizona as a waste of effort to prove something. Yes, That's what people do. That's what this community, this state, this nation, this society do. We go to find and protect life. Every one of us, whether you wear a badge or you don't, you seek to protect children, to put the next generation above your own. That's what a father does. That's not what the defendant wanted, because he is not Harmony's father. He has forfeited that right to even claim that title or call himself her father. She was never a daughter to him. Not in July, not in December, not in that phone call, not from the moment of her death continuing up through this very day when he knows where she is. He killed somebody he didn't see as a daughter. He never saw her as a blessing. He beat down something he saw as a nuisance, that he saw as an inconvenience. His behavior to the bathroom accidents shows you that in that moment when he killed her, she wasn't a person. She was an object, thing. And he was mad at this thing that ruined his car. And he hit and he hit and he hit this thing to make it stop doing what he didn't want it to do, to teach it a lesson, until he said to Kayla, I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something. And he might as well have said, I think I broke it. And that's what he did to her. Afterwards, only proves that his actions don't believe that he murdered his daughter. He broke one of his things. And like any broken thing that somebody never really loved, they throw it away. And that's what he did. He may have genetically donated half of his DNA to her, but he was not her father. She was an object that he beat, stuffed, threw, and shelved in a walk-in cooler. Cameron Gibney told you she was down next to the mustard. She was an object made even tinier from her 35 pounds when she was alive by defrosting and consolidating her down, that he took to a hotel and he drove through some tolls and he threw it away. And he knows where she is right now, but he believes it's a waste of time and taxpayer money to try to find her. So don't you ever think that this man murdered his own daughter. Rebecca Maines told you he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Defense counsel told you to go ahead and put emotion aside and look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at the facts and call him a killer. Put emotion aside, look at the facts, and then you can call him a tyrant. And you can call him a rageful. Call him rageful. Those descriptions suggested to you, maybe, evil. But don't call him a father. It's time now for you to hear the court's final instructions, to then go back into that room and deliberate all the evidence that you've seen, and to hold the defendant responsible for everything he did in July of 2019, in December of 2019, and afterwards. You promised both parties in the court during jury selection that when proof had been shown beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements of the crimes, that you could and would hold the defendant responsible. And now, not all doubt, but all reasonable doubt. And that proof has been shown. You promised us during jury selection that you did that, and you would do that, and you saw Kayla testify. From that alone, you've got sufficient evidence to convict him of every charge, but you don't have to take our word for it, because we've just talked about and you've seen for 2 weeks all of the evidence that corroborates and gives you what you need to find him guilty on each and every single one of these charges. We saw in this courtroom that Kayla is not lying about who hit Harmony. And there is no doubt about how Harmony was hurt in July, who killed her in December, what was done to her body and who did it, who falsified physical evidence, and how the defendant kept Kayla quiet. He's guilty of second-degree murder for recklessly causing Harmony's death with extreme indifference to the value of life, because you've seen beyond even that standard, he had complete indifference to the value of her life. Kayla did nothing. He did a lot of things. He did something, he said. It's called murder. It's called assault. And he's guilty of every single one of those charges in front of you. And so I ask you to hold him responsible for that truth in what you've seen in the facts, what you've seen, what you've tested, and what you've heard has been proven. Find him accountable and find him guilty on every single one of these charges. And I thank you so much for your time today.
All right, so that was just a recap of the closing statements. Yeah, we have not heard anything from. I've been checking everywhere. Nothing yet. There's no movement in the courtroom. It's just the camera on the flag, like we've been seeing. But it's probably been a little over 4 hours now. So I don't know how long they're going to deliberate. It could be any moment. Let's see. Yeah, he does not have to be at the courthouse for the reading of the verdict. And I thought that he had to be there for sentencing. I still have to look, kind of maybe do some research, but someone said it depends on the judge. She could like order him to be at the courthouse if he gets convicted. If it comes back a guilty verdict and he has to do sentencing, then she could order him to, like, mandatory. He has to be at his own sentencing. So that'll be interesting because sentencing for his weapons trial is where we last saw him talking about he didn't kill his daughter and he couldn't wait to refute those charges at his upcoming trial. And yet we have not yet to see him. We've seen him once at the beginning in a video, but that was it. So that's all we're waiting on right now, y'all, is the verdict. I wanted to go back to when Kayla testified in the weapons trial because I was trying to get an idea of the time frame, like where it fit into everything that we currently know. So I'm just gonna share this tab for a minute. This is like Kayla's testimony back then. So I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing. I just want to try to get an idea and try to refresh my memory because I did watch this trial. I just forget very easy. So
Kayla Montgomery.
Okay, and how old are you, Kayla?
32.
Where do you currently reside?
The state prison for women.
And how long have you lived there?
Since November 2022.
Why do you live in the women's prison?
Perjury charges.
Were you convicted of those charges
Yes.
and sentenced for those charges?
Yes.
Were you also charged with receiving stolen property?
Yes.
And those charges were dismissed as part of a Were those
Yes.
charges dismissed as part of a plea agreement?
Yes.
And you admitted to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you admit apologies. Did you admit to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
No, he doesn't need to be there for sentencing. He has a right to waive. Is that in every state or is that with just New Hampshire or Like, are we 100% sure on that? Because I heard that he has the right to waive everything else, like as far as being in the courtroom during all of the testimony, as far as the verdict, the reading of the verdict, but that sometimes with sentencing, it's up to the judge. So that's what I was wondering about.
Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony here today?
Yes.
How are you doing today, Kayla?
I'm okay.
Is it difficult for you to be here?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's a lot.
And so, Kayla, there's a microphone right in front of you. It looks like a stick coming out from beside the computer screen there. If you can just sit a little bit closer to that, it's a little difficult for me to hear you. And I want to make sure that all of these jurors hear what you're saying. So you said it's a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
And how do you know him?
He is my husband.
You said he's your husband?
Yeah.
How long have you two been married?
6. It'll be 6 years.
Do you remember the date you got married?
Yeah, it was June 7th, 2017.
How long have you known Adam Montgomery?
Since we were in high school.
Are you currently in legal proceedings related to your marriage?
Yes.
Did you file for divorce?
Yes, I did.
Did you leave the defendant at some point in time?
Yes.
Do you know if after you left him, he started a relationship with another individual?
Yes, he did.
Do you know that person's name?
Kelsey Small.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Do you have any children with the defendant?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
3 children. What are their names?
Seamus, Declan, and Kira.
So you talked about where you're currently living at the women's prison.
Yeah.
Where did you live back in October of 2019?
I was living at 77. Yeah.
Where did you live back in October of 2019?
I was living at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire,
How long did you live there?
for about 1.5 years.
For 1.5 years. Why did you stop living there?
Because we got kicked out of the house.
Was that an eviction?
Yes.
Do you remember what month and what year that was?
November 2019.
When you lived at the 77 Guilford Street address, who did you live with there?
It was myself, Adam, Seamus, Declan, and Harmony.
Do you think you'd recognize that address if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
What is up with YouTube and phones and everything else today? I'm so over it. Okay, here we go. Jeez. I wonder if he just like looked at her. Crazy that he could be there for that trial, but he couldn't show up for his child. That just screams guilty, in my opinion. He's like, yeah, I can be here from the weapons trial, but not for my daughter, who I did not kill. Come on, dude.
42A through J. And I'm just going to ask you to look at each of those. And look at the
Counselor, can you approach just a minute?
And then they also had a lot of sidebars and muting going on with this
We're gonna be
child
starting
too.
with 42A, and it looks like they're. Let me get them back in order really quick.
Teresa.
He has like that dead stare, like he just doesn't blink, he just stares. Like it's almost like he's just staring her down. It's freaking creepy.
Jay, if you could just look at each of those images and identify them in turn.
The first, A is the driveway and the mailbox. And B is the outside of the house, of the front yard. And this is in the basement ceiling.
I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up. All the
Yeah.
jurors need to be able to hear you. Thank you.
And if you could just note which letter, and what did you say 42C is?
That's the ceiling in the basement. And 42D is the ceiling in the attic, I believe. Store the room.
Okay, and G?
That's Harmony's room.
Oh my gosh. Apologize for all the technical difficulties this morning. YouTube is just like, I don't know, it's doing this weird thing where the videos aren't loading. Or it takes forever before they do. Mm.
Yes.
Where is it? And why did it go back? What the hell? Okay, we're just gonna switch to this. And just wait. Good morning, Nicole. Are you still here? I've been here, took kids to school and made lunches. Yeah, so we have not heard anything back yet. I've been checking for updates also on Twitter and nothing there yet. So it's probably been like 4.5 hours that they've been deliberating. So, and that's combined with yesterday's time. I don't know how much time it was yesterday, but they did start deliberations around 9, I think they said. And a little earlier when I was in here, someone had updated that they were in deliberations for about 3 hours and 45 minutes at that time. So I would say it's been about 4.5 now. And Adam Montgomery refused transport to be at the courthouse today. So, but that was probably to be expected by most people. And for sentencing, he does have the right to not be there. Like he can choose to not be there. But the judge does have the final say. She can order him to be there for his sentencing. So I'm praying for a guilty verdict, and then we go on to sentencing probably in a couple months, like a month or so usually. I don't know. It's different for every state, but I know it can take like weeks to sometimes a month before sentencing. Or at least around here. I don't know. I forgot how long we had to wait for his weapons trial for that sentencing, but might not be that bad. Might be like a week or two. Zero Fox, you're still here. WFLA is live, but they always, most of the time, do a dang copyright claim. I'll show it for a few minutes and commentate over it if the video will load, because YouTube is tripping today. AT&T's freaking tripping. Like, what else is gonna go wrong? Like, geez. Oh, so they're not talking about it. They're also just watching. So seems that's what everyone's doing. Okay. So yeah, everybody's just waiting. The waiting game. Yeah, I woke up this morning, Zero Fox, and that was the first thing I was focusing on was on my phone, because when I picked it up, I noticed the SOS thing. So found out that was going on. They haven't found the cause of the outage yet. Some people are having no issues. A lot of people are. It's random. It's hopefully they get to the bottom of it. But yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, like the trial. I can't wait to find out. But then I was thinking, they're gonna be in the courtroom, but that doesn't mean that right away there's a verdict. We still have to wait for them to deliberate, and that could literally be all day. So I'm gonna find something for us to watch. Two weeks ago. Let's see. Let's see. Oh my gosh, can you just play? Okay, I'm gonna leave the studio and come back in. I'm gonna reload Google Chrome because I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So the videos are still not loading on my stupid computer. So I'm gonna have to join with my laptop with the courtroom stuff. So just give me a minute to log in.
Jen, that request was made here at the district courthouse in Nashua. Now, Crystal Sorey has filed what's known as a petition for administration of a state of person presumed dead. Sori told the courts that Harmony's exact death is unknown as her remains have never been found. Of course, we know from this trial that prosecutors believe the little girl was killed on December 7th of 2019. Crystal Sori and Adam Montgomery are listed as the heirs at law to the estate. However, Sori has requested to be the sole administrator of it. A hearing for this petition has been scheduled for March 11th. Sori also noted in court paperwork that she is pursuing a wrongful death claim on behalf of her daughter Harmony, though she did not specify who it was against. Legal analyst Patricia LaFrance says a lawsuit could be filed against anyone connected to this case.
Usually when you're filing a wrongful death, you go to the deep pocket. So I would assume they're probably looking at suing either the state of Massachusetts or the state of New Hampshire, or maybe both.
Now, Harmony Montgomery was originally in the custody of Massachusetts DCF before she came here to the Granite State to live with her father. The Montgomery family had a case file with New Hampshire DCYF. Crystal Sori tells us she does not have a comment tonight. Reporting live in Nashua, I'm Tim Callery, WMUR News 9.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. She was 7 years old. 7 years old. Harmony Montgomery. And she was born into, saying less than fortunate circumstances is putting it mildly. She was born into a very difficult situation. Her mother fighting addiction, lost custody to her father, who had his own issues, his own problems. And while her father had custody of her, she went missing. And for 2 years, no one really knew, no one really did anything, no one looked for her. Well, now they are. Harmony Montgomery, 7 years old, last seen in 2019. Now, tonight, there are some big developments in this case and in this investigation. But first, for those of you not familiar with Harmony's story, here it is.
This is little 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery clutching her doll and smiling for the camera. When you look at this picture, everything seems very normal. Harmony seems happy and cared for. But sometimes pictures can be very deceiving because Harmony's world is anything but normal and happy. Her father has been arrested and charged with second-degree assault. The victim, his 5-year-old daughter, little Harmony. But that's not the most troubling part of Harmony's world. This picture is from 2019, and there are not any newer pictures of Harmony. The photographs of this little angel are all over 2 years old. That's because she's been missing since October or November of 2019.
Help us find this little girl. Someone knows something, do what is right, and call in. I cannot emphasize that enough. Somebody out there knows something. It's time for people to do the right thing.
According to a police affidavit, Harmony's mother, Crystal Sorey, says she lost custody to Harmony's father, Adam, because she was dealing with a substance abuse problem. She says the last time she saw Harmony was a FaceTime call on Easter of 2019. Meanwhile, Harmony's father, Adam, says Crystal picked up Harmony for Thanksgiving in 2019, but Adam's girlfriend at the time says Adam told her he dropped Harmony off at Crystal's. Now, back to the assault charges. Adam's uncle claims that Adam admitted to bashing Harmony around the house and witnessing Harmony being spanked very hard, forced to stand in the corner for hours, and scrubbing the toilet with her toothbrush. So while the court system is dealing with the charges against Adam Montgomery, the chief is still looking for this beautiful little girl in the photo.
Quite frankly, enough is enough. It's a 7-year-old girl. Let's find her, all right? Let's come together as a community and do the right thing. That's all I'm asking. And I don't think I'm asking a lot. If people think that I am, then I'll leave it at that.
Now, the big news tonight involves Harmony's father's girlfriend, Kelsey Small. She has passed away. She has died. We've confirmed that. Now, Kelsey was not charged in this case, and some outlets are reporting that she actually was found dead on March 13th. Now, her name does come up in the arrest affidavit of Harmony's father. Let me read it to you. On 12/31/2021, patrol officers were able to make contact with Adam and his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, together sleeping in a vehicle in the area of Harvell Street in Manchester. Small claimed that she had been romantically involved with Adam for over a year. Small said that she is aware that Adam has 3 children from one mother and another child from before that. However, Small said that Adam was not in touch with any child from his prior relationship. Small claimed Adam has never talked about Harmony, and she has no information on where she may be. If she did have information, she took it to the grave, literally. Let me bring in my guest tonight. Joining me in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator, former police officer Rob Joseph. In San Diego, California, retired director of the San Diego Police Department Crime Lab, Jennifer Shen. And in Arlington, Virginia, the adoptive father of Harmony's brother, Jameson, Blair Miller, is with us tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Blair, I'll begin with you and your thoughts and reaction to this news now that Harmony's father's girlfriend has passed away. So whatever information she may have had, we're never going to hear.
I think we're saying what a lot of people are saying, that it's tragic. You know, this morning, my husband had gotten word about it, and we talked about it, and we just kind of stopped our tracks and said, how much tragedy has to come out of this situation? And of course, we still have so many questions. And the most important question we have is, where's Harmony? And that has been our chief concern since day one. And you know, hearing these developments, of course, it raises a lot of questions, and it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that.
Yeah, From what you know, Blair, when we look at the timeline of Adams, who he was spending time with, and when he was spending time with them, is it clear to you when Kelsey came into his life, and was there an intersection? I know what she told police, but was there any intersection in time, do you believe, where Harmony may have been around and Kelsey was also somehow in Adam's life?
Yeah, I don't think we know, but we really haven't been focused on too much of that when we, have been kind of dissecting our own timeline over and over. We just keep thinking about from our son's behalf for Jameson and what would he want us to be doing right now. And it's certainly bringing attention to, what's happened with Harmony. Where is she? But also trying to understand, how did we get to this point? And that's the most important thing for us. There are a lot of details. There are a lot of questions behind the scenes. And it's easy for us to all get wrapped up on one certain aspect of things. But for us right now, still the big picture of where is Harmony and, putting her picture out there like you are right now. That's the most important thing for us.
Absolutely. Rob, when I think of this case and I think of, the father, Adam, I think clearly has a lot of information that he could reveal. I don't think he will. I don't think he will. That's why I thought it was so important to get information from people who were close to him. And obviously Kelsey Small was very close to him. And whether she was there at the time or there afterwards, I thought there was an opportunity that maybe she would be the one who could provide some information about what happened to Harmony and where she is.
Yeah, I know when we've talked about this case before, it was, the idea of incarceration and being able to use that as a tool to try to, push for information, either from Adam himself or from, the girlfriend or anybody else. But now, this new turn of events with her sudden death, and I understand there's no suspicious circumstances behind the death. So, we don't know if it's a drug overdose or, a death by, her own hand. But clearly, we're not any closer to finding out where Harmony is and what happened to her. And if somebody actually was a part of taking her somewhere, you would hope that these new things that are taking place, these new incidents or, the death of the girlfriend, that, somebody, if in fact Harmony is with somebody else, that they would, choose to come forward now.
Jen, your thoughts about what impact this could have on the investigation, and the investigation is about finding Harmony.
I agree. It's a tragedy on a lot of levels. And, at this point, the best thing that you can come up with would be to get some information from someone. And certainly the girlfriend was a really potentially good source of information. If she might have known something, any kind of clue that would give us some sort of closure on this case. So with her passing, that door is closed, and that is very, very tragic. It certainly makes it more difficult to figure out where Harmony is and to bring her home.
Rob, where do you think the information comes from, right? There's always the two places, right? Some piece of physical evidence or forensic evidence in whatever form it's in, or somebody saying something because somebody knows something. What do you think would be the key here? Because this investigation didn't start until 2 years after she went missing.
Yeah, and that's the tragedy of this case, is how the state just kind of fell down and dropped the ball on this one. But I would, knowing criminals and having dealings with criminals, they tend to talk, they share information, and there's a high likelihood that that Adam's girlfriend that just passed might have taken somebody into her confidence. And now she's passed, they might be more open to come forward with information. Whereas before, it's like the thieves' code, they protect each other, and now she's no longer in the picture. There is a likelihood that if she disclosed anything to anyone, that there's nothing stopping that person from coming forward and letting everybody know where Harmony is or what happened to Harmony.
Blair, any word on how Harmony's mom is doing?
You know, I think as good as, you know, you can expect in this situation. A lot of time has passed. You know, yes, most of this has been reported since, you know, January, but she's been dealing with this for a long time. And so it's difficult on a lot of fronts for a lot of people right now. And just trying to, you know, the answer is not being able to sit back and just do nothing, because that doesn't help. You know, we all have to be doing something. And it's because someone out there we do believe knows something.
Jennifer, initially, you know, when you go back in time 2 years, you go back to the scene of where Harmony was living. You know, Adam had moved out of there. Other people had moved in. What do you think about finding a piece of forensic evidence, some clue that might lead to something in this case a couple of years later? Because we know a couple of years later they went in and they were looking around.
Right, and it's just tough. It's tough, particularly when you have a victim, a potential victim that lived in that home for at least part of the time. So anything you find related to her doesn't necessarily mean anything. So what you're actually looking for is some sign of violence. You know, are there bloodstain patterns, either under the carpet or behind the paint on the wall? I mean, those are some things that you could look for, or you're going to have to get someone to give you some information about where evidence might be buried or hidden. You know, it's very difficult 2 years later. And unless any interaction between Harmony and her father was very violent, there probably isn't going to be much that you can find that would point to that location as a scene of a potential murder for her.
Blair, what's your level of hope here? How optimistic are you that the answer is going to be found, that Harmony is going to be found?
Look, I mean, I think on one hand, we're trying to be, you know, over the top, full of optimism and thinking of the most positive scenarios ahead. But as time goes on, of course, and you don't hear anything, of course, you go down a different road and you worry about things. You know, my chief concern, my husband's chief concern is when we look at our youngest son and try to understand how is this going to impact his life. That's what we're most concerned about. You know, we sent a letter to Adam Montgomery, you know, in jail, just trying to, through his attorney, you know, just asking him if he, you know, coming from a father's standpoint, telling him, you know, what this would mean for Jameson to get some answers. Doing anything we can to make a plea for him or anyone to come forward and say something.
I presume no response, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, Blair, best to you and your family. You know, we're all praying for that answer, and we will speak again. Rob Joseph, Jennifer Shen, staying with us. When we come back, we're going.
We've got great news for seniors. The Social Security Administration has made us.
Good morning, Leopard. We're waiting it's just a waiting game. I'm probably gonna do this in like 2 parts. So I'm gonna end this one in like 15 to 20 minutes, something like that. And then I'll just be watching and I'll have my live scheduled to, just be able to go live for whenever a verdict comes in, hopefully today. Because remember when they do announce that they've reached a verdict, it will still take a few minutes to get everyone to the courthouse, that may not be there. I know sometimes they're waiting on that, and they'll have to get everyone situated inside the courtroom and all of that stuff. So, yeah, it's just a waiting game right now, guys. But good morning, Leopard. How did you sleep? Hopefully you got some sleep last night. Oh, and there's an AT&T not power outage, AT&T freaking outage of some sort because like people with AT&T internet, AT&T on their phones, we're not able to use our phones like for calls right now. And yeah, so that's happening. So my aunt that was here earlier, Allison, the one who's always in here, she was in here for a minute and then she said it wouldn't let her, like none of her comments were going through or whatever, so her phone started acting up. And she's also with AT&T. So I don't know, like today's a whole mess. I hope so too. Like what's the longest that they usually like deliberate for? Because 5 hours and 10 minutes, that's a long time. I mean, I hope they're not like disagreeing. I hope we don't have a hung jury. I just hope that they're all on the same page. Yeah, Leopard. I mean, I don't usually use my phone, but like for phone calls. uh, but I mean, it's nice to have our phones, and it sucks that there's this huge outage going on. I don't know what. I don't think they. Oh, lazy saying they're saying China had something to. Yeah, but that's usually always the go-to thing that they go to. That is like a cyber attack. Like I did read that. I was like, they're thinking that it's a cyber attack of some sort. We just never know. Good morning, Kim K. We have no verdict as of yet, and they have been deliberating for 5 hours, and it said 10 minutes about 5 minutes ago, so about 15 minutes. Sometimes it takes days. Oh my goodness. Yes, Leopard. Bring me a coffee. That would be great. You're right, Lazy. It is their fault. It's all of China's fault. Let's see. I'm gonna look this up. Why does it use Microsoft Bing instead of freaking Google? Cell phone outage hits AT&T customers nationwide. Oh my God. Always some kind of crap. Oh man. Hey Leopard. I can't imagine it taking days on this case. But the thing is there's a lot of evidence for them to look at, and they were talking about this on court TV last night. They were saying that like for major trials like this, And if they're going to reach a guilty verdict, you don't want them to deliberate for like a short amount of time, right? Because then it kind of looks like they didn't really look over everything. They didn't discuss and talk about it. So if they're going to have a guilty verdict, then they're going to be thorough, hopefully. And if there's someone that is maybe on the fence, don't know which way they want to go, maybe others are able to, I don't know. I've never done jury duty. I would love to one day, but I imagine there's a lot of different conversations going on. There's 3 men and 7 women on the jury. So there's probably a lot of discussions going on. Lazy, you don't drink coffee? What do you drink in the mornings? Rebel, energy drinks? I feel like you drink energy drinks. Yeah, facts. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Let me go see if they updated how long they've been deliberating for. Okay, so yeah, it just says 5 hours, 10 minutes still. That's from the Law and Crime. The Law and Crime site, because Court TV has started a new trial today. I'm not familiar with it at all, but that's why um we're having to watch it on different networks now, because Court TV is like, okay, it's the verdict time. We're not dealing with this. Um, yeah, Leopard. I don't know. I just see like people that don't drink coffee. I feel like they just drink energy drinks, maybe. I don't know, or tea. I want to know what's causing this outage. Oh my lord. Oh my god. See if I can share tab. Okay. So just to give anybody an idea that's just waking up or whatever that don't know what's going on. This is the video. Awesome.
News that we've been telling you. Waking up, we have this breaking news that we've been telling you about. A major outage is impacting AT&T cell service. Downdetector.com reports nationwide issues with the cell provider, especially on the West Coast. We have received emails from some of you that you are having a hard time making phone calls, but your Wi-Fi is working. Doug's phone showing an SOS instead of a signal there. So we are working to learn how many are impacted here in Massachusetts. We will keep you updated.
Also,
Yeah, so there's that. I think it said like it started around like 3 or 4 this morning. They started getting the first phone calls about it. There's more than 64,000 customers reporting outages. Let's see what the down detector says. Yes, major. So between like around 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mobile phone, no signal, and mobile internet. Um. Oh, here's the map. He's his name's Lazy, so maybe he needs coffee. Get you some coffee, Lazy. I'm so not really awake yet. I know, I feel you, and this just waiting game is killing me. But yeah, this thing is nationwide. This map, and like even the YouTube was tripping earlier. Leopard, I'm just about to be like done for today. They need to just give us this verdict and let us go on about our way. Okay, share this tab. Oh, we have courtroom. There's no audio, but at least they're in the courtroom. Okay. Okay, yeah, I know. So my Aunt Allison, the one that's usually in here, Leopard, she wanted to be here, but she was until her phone started tripping. So I'm having to text her on her daughter's phone right now to keep her up to date. Yeah. Wait, which one are we watching? This one? Oh, I'm nervous too. So we know the two charges, falsifying evidence and abuse of a corpse, he's already pled guilty to that. He's already conceded to guilt of those two. The assault on Harmony, hopefully that one will be guilty because he admitted to that. Tampering with a witness. So you have the other two, the assault, tampering with the witness, and then the murder charge. So hopefully, see what I mean? This is what YouTube's been doing all day. It just goes black. I'm gonna have it on backup on my laptop just in case it happens again. Yeah, I don't know. Every like channel, even Nerdies, I went to his channel earlier to see like what they were talking about, and the screen was just like black, and it takes a minute to load or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's going on just on my PC because my Mac seems to be working just fine. It's only been doing that on the PC, so I don't know. But if I have to switch to my Mac, I will completely. I did not. I didn't put a community post, or did I? I might have. Yes, I did. I did put one out. Leopard. I had found a really cute picture of her on Twitter from the same source that I'm getting all the pictures. I don't know where she's getting them from, but she has been posting them for us on Twitter, and so I did do a community post. Yeah, maybe so. Come on. And I noticed her little backpack is Minnie Mouse right there. Okay. I'm gonna make sure the volume's up. Yeah, that picture on the community post is so cute. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, I'm here. They're always doing the freaking muting the audio. Everything's off the record. They have so much stuff that's off the record. Like, it's insane. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you that, Leopard. He refused transport this morning, but what else is new, right? Same. We're feeling the same. I think everybody has been anxious and just want the right thing done by Harmony. How are you, Kim K and Zero Fox? Are you guys having issues with y'all's phones or anything? Come on, people. I hope that they have reached their verdict. You can probably hear me texting on my phone. My bad. It's going to take a little bit because they're probably going to get the jury in. They might pan the camera over to show us who's sitting in the courtroom because remember for closing, it was pretty full in there. Yeah, they don't say anything. They just turn off the audio and talk to each other. Hmm. Hey, Abby. The courtroom feeds just came back on. They haven't said anything yet to us or to the courtroom or anything, rather.
Counsel.
They're always turning off the freaking audio. We're just going to look at pictures of Harmony while they do that. This is such a cute picture. I gotta share this picture real quick. Since the courtroom's not showing anything. They're back in the courtroom, but there's no audio or anything yet right now. Mom first, but maybe soon. They haven't said anything yet. No, Abby, she's not. She's having issues with her phone, remember? Hands up. No, you go back to sleep. Oh. She was on Ashley's when I tried to call. She might be watching it then. That might be why she's not answering my text. I did text her to tell her like the courtroom cameras are back on, and she didn't reply. And yeah, Mom first, I love that picture that I was just showing of her. She's so cute. Oh, trust me, I know. They've been doing sidebar the entire freaking trial. There were so many people like on Twitter and other YouTube creators that were saying they've never seen a trial where they sidebar so much off the record. Like it's crazy. Yeah, they're showing that he's not there again because he refused transport, so he's not there. I wonder why the defense is walking out of the courtroom. Is that normal? Oh, all she gotta do is create one. You gotta call her and probably tell her how to do it. Yeah, everybody's been saying that. I had a picture up here. I think I deleted it, but I had a picture that was Johnny Depp's lawyer, um, Elaine, and they do look alike. They look and sound alike. And everybody everywhere has been saying that. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this up until I see movement again in the courtroom since they're off and on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would be. It's like they arrived in the courtroom and it looked like they were setting up, and then they walked out. But the prosecution like they stayed inside the courtroom. It was the defense that walked out. So I don't know. No idea. Well, if you're just listening, Abby, you'll know when they'll start talking because you'll hear it. I have the audio and stuff still on. Um, Abby, if you do call your mom, let me know what she wants me. Does she want me to text her or call her when the verdict comes through? So, like, just let me know if you talk to her. The opening statements were horrible to listen to. Yeah, I will agree. The hardest part throughout the whole thing though was like learning stuff that was not on the affidavit that we went over a couple of months ago last year. There were things that were not mentioned, in the affidavit, and of course we always know that it's just a probable cause affidavit, so it's just enough to be able to officially charge someone with something or accuse someone, and then they have to go in front of the grand jury and all that stuff. But the hardest part was listening to the truths in this case that we didn't know about, like just the talking of the power tools. That by itself was so like when the guy testified about having to come and unclog the drain the next day, it just makes you freaking wonder exactly what he did in that bathroom. And then you always have to wonder too, like, how much does Kayla really not know? Like, I know she's not on trial here. I get that. But there's a lot that we don't know, I think. Oh, I know, trust me. It's been rough. I had followed this one since, early on, and it just was like, how? You remember when we did the affidavit, just the size of the bag that he put her in, like that, like what is wrong with you? And this is like your own flesh and blood, but like, the prosecution said he doesn't get to be labeled her father anymore. He's not a father to her. He never was. Send mom. Okay, I'll do that. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Leopard. So Killshot, I don't know if you watched I played them earlier, so you might have listened to the prosecution's closing statements, but if you listen to the entire thing of the prosecution, he puts it all into a way where you're able to understand it, like everything that happened, including all of the evidence, like to back it up. So the closing statements were very, very powerful. Yeah, I didn't, the words that he was using when he was describing all of this, I didn't picture it like you're saying it now, but that makes so much sense, and that's, yeah, I can't think like that. Ugh, I was really sad a lot. Then Matt, yeah, it was like a range of emotions. I got really mad when Kayla talked about the stroller and bringing Harmony to Adam at work. That's when I got mad. That's when I was like, okay, no, like she's not gonna get just a pass from me, like I'm not gonna say she wasn't abused. I'm not saying any of that, but she had her part. Right. As much as I appreciate Kayla telling us, it was too much steam. Yeah. Like, okay, so in closing arguments, when he pointed out that when Kayla gave the tip about they put her body into the ceiling at the shelter, he says that she had no idea just how much like it was going to be corroborated. And it really was. When she tipped them off about the shelter, that DNA came back, and you know what I mean? Like that was huge. So good for her for doing that, but it's like, why did you decide to start talking? Because you had charges stacked up against you too? Yeah, I don't think personally that she did it for Harmony. She allowed her to remain in a blanket the way he was explaining it in closing arguments was like she was crumpled up on the floor with like a bundle of blankets. Like the floorboard of the car is how he made it sound because of how easy it was for Adam to just reach back there and hit on her. She was always under a blanket, in my opinion. And that's what freaking makes me so mad about both of them because I know they were both in active addiction and probably out of it for most of the time. Who knows what really and truly happened to Harmony? Like, we know that they know, but we will never know. Yeah, you probably missed like the first 10 minutes, maybe. I want to say it was like an hour long. I think, or almost an hour long, but it was a really good opening statement. I mean, closing statement. If her mom could have her, how the hell did he get Harmony? So her mom at the time was still battling her own addictions, but the difference was that Crystal Story was actually trying to get her daughter back. She had been going to treatments and she was clean. Harmony was returned to her a couple of times in between, like going back to the foster mom. So they actually became like really good friends. But yeah, I don't know if she would have got her back, permanently at that time. That was the bad thing. So whenever I was watching it last night and they put it all together. So Harmony's brother Jameson that she has that got adopted out to the family, the same family that wanted to adopt Harmony if, they were looking into it and if the door opened, they were willing to do that. Um the problem was on the same day, I think it was a custody hearing. Crystal Story had a hearing for Harmony, a custody hearing for Harmony, and on the same day she had one for her son to finalize things with the adoption and all that going on. So she tried her best to reschedule. She tried to tell them what was going on and what her situation was. And ultimately she had to choose which hearing to appear at. And not that like she chose one over the other, but she was trying her best to make both of them work that day. And because she couldn't make it, the court called Adam Montgomery and told him he can pick up his daughter. And I think that is such bullshit because they didn't even do a home study. They didn't gradually introduce her back into his home like they're supposed to. They just handed her back to him. So I think it's just this whole case is just so annoying. Oh, I know, Nicole, you were passionate about it. There was a lot of times or a lot of things that came out that made us angry. Oh, I was like, who is this? Okay, so you're on Brooke's account. Okay. Hi, everybody. This is Allison, the one who's usually in here on her name, but with the AT&T outage, she's not able to do anything on her phone right now. So this is Allison. So you guys want to talk to her or tag her, just know that this is the same Allison that's been in here for the entire time. So I'm glad you can make it. I'm glad you found a device that you could get in here with. I agree. I agree with this. I, and that's the thing is like they did her testimony early on, and it seemed to be like we were kind of watching a trial of Kayla at one point. She definitely should be held accountable, but they made a deal with the devil pretty much. They wanted Adam. You know, they want Adam buried under the prison pretty much. They want him gone. Yeah, so the lawyers in court, no jury or sound. We don't know what's going on yet. Um, so also whenever the cameras did come back on, like the state was there, the defense was there. Of course, Adam is not there. But like before it switched back to the flag, it was showing the defense like walking out of the courtroom. So I don't know what that could mean. And the prosecution was staying like where like they were setting up, but the defense was like, okay, we're leaving. Like they had all their books and everything with them in their hands. So I don't know. Her mom, Crystal, was at court. Right. That's what I was saying, Kim. But it was actually on the same day that she had a hearing for the Harmony, like to discuss custody with Adam, like with Harmony and all that stuff. Like the whole situation was both on the same day. So, and I found this all out by watching an episode last night on Court TV that they did. They kind of did like a rundown of the entire story, like a short version of it. But Crystal had both of them on the same day. And they called Adam, and that's how that played out. So, can you imagine how she feels? You know, like, and she tried to call and tried to like reschedule, and they wouldn't let her. No, they didn't really check him out thoroughly at all. But to me, like, you just look at these parents' backgrounds, like, look at his rap sheet. Like, why would you hand a kid over to him whenever he's always been in trouble, in and out of jail, and has done horrible things. I've heard that he has another murder trial after Harmony's. I don't know when, but like, dude. Crystal said she would rather her foster mom have her than Adam. Oh yeah. The foster mom actually loved Harmony and Harmony loved her. And she called the foster mom mama. So in her mind, in her eyes, you know, like she knew Crystal was mom. I'm sure they had different little, you know, however they named it. But yeah, she called her foster mom mama. Y'all got y'all snacks and some spaghetti. Yeah, we might be here for a while, right? Yeah, Nicole, I agree. I don't think I've seen a case where they destroyed the body so many times and moved it so many times. I think the depravity was more than the abuse. I agree with that. You got your coffee? Yeah, for real. It's made everyone upset. Oh, you got your account back. What happened? Allison, did your freaking phone start working again? Because mine did not. Oh, and I was trying to send you the link and yeah, I got stuck. My bad. Well, glad that you're back on your account now. Yes, this is what I heard that she called Adam. She didn't call him dad. Yep, it was mentioned. Oh God, I don't know if it was during the trial or if it was like closing argument. I don't know. I heard it though. Like she referred to him as Adam. Yeah, because she didn't really have a whole lot of time with him. That's the sad thing. You're pretty much giving this child to like someone who's a stranger to her. And then on top of that, he has these anger issues and constantly abusing her. It's just so ugh. Our system is effed up. I got a text while I was on Ashley's phone. Oh, so one of your text. Oh, that's true. So okay, so are you able to make calls, Allison? And for those that are coming in, like anybody coming in is also having issues that's with AT&T because I still can't do nothing on my damn phone. I can't make no calls. She called her foster father dad. I remember that. And he didn't know her as a daughter or even human. Right, exactly. Just like the closing said, he's not her father. And I just think it's so stupid and so dumb that you're gonna sit there and stand up at the end of your weapons trial where you just got sentenced. You're gonna stand up because Crystal is in the courtroom and you're gonna look at her and say, I didn't kill my daughter and I look forward to my trial, and then you don't show up. That like screams guilt in my opinion. And you don't show up because you didn't want to commit to a strip search. Like, you got issues. Okay, I was gonna say you can try to call me and see if it goes through. I'll mute and just to see if the call goes through. But wait, let me turn my phone back on real quick because I was resetting it to see if the SOS went away because my phone is stuck with the SOS message. And when I try to do Wi-Fi calling, it's saying that I have to do it through AT&T. And it's a bunch of crap that I don't have time for right now. So I got to do all my phone calls through Messenger. No, it's probably not going to come through if you try to call me. It's probably going to go straight to voicemail. Oh my goodness, come on, people. Let me see what they're saying right here. So this says an update. Judge has provided the question, how does the court define consciously disregarded? Hmm? God dang it. So, oh my gosh. Does that mean she presented that question to the jury and she wants like the jurors and she wants them to answer? Hold on, I'll let you see. Allison, you might know what this means. So they've been like updating, I guess, like what's going on in the courthouse. And right there in the blue, judge has provided the question, how does the court define consciously disregarded? Adam and Kayla chose to consciously disregard the moaning after the beating and went to Burger King instead of the ER. That's true. How does the court define conscious? Okay. Okay. Right? For real. I wish that we would have been the jury too. His ass would have been found guilty without deliberations. So that's it. I would have been back there and I'd have been like, her DNA, his handprints, fingerprints. We can't do anything to Kayla. He's the one on trial, so guilty. Like, I've seen all the evidence. I've heard everything I need to hear. I don't understand. I know they can't just do it immediately. It doesn't look good, apparently. For a guilty verdict, you don't want it to be quick because then it looks like they didn't even really do their job or whatever. So I heard them talking about that yesterday on Court TV. So yours says SOS and phone calls not working. Great. Fun, huh? Yes, she consciously knew what was going on. Yes, she definitely did. I'm going to share this picture again until they come back again. I would define it as knowingly ignoring. Yeah, that's exactly. And I mean, well, they can probably argue with that. They can probably say something like, well, they were under the influence and they didn't know what was going on. But I mean, this was like a series of 10 days. So you might be able to say that for, if it happened in one day, but like they were in the car for 10 days. And all we have is Kayla's testimony. It's pretty much her word against, it's pretty much just her word that we have to go on, along with the evidence that was shown. So that's why the closing arguments were very important. He did a really good job. Yes, they went back to the flag. I don't know why. They haven't said anything. Um, okay. I'm still here, y'all. Just waiting for this to happen. Sometimes I like to just sit here and like read the chat because sometimes they have a lot of interesting stuff. Okay, so this is a mod for this channel, which means they probably have the insight because she says the answer. The jury has given the definition of mental state. Wait, what? Jury given definition of mental state recklessly. You must use definition provided. You should use your common sense and judgment and consider ordinary usage of the terms within the definition. What are they talking about right now, Allison? You're the one that's the freaking courtroom junkie here. So the judge had a question for the jury, and then this is how they answered. I'm not liking all this time they talking. Well, like I said, the defense did walk out. The judge was there, and everyone else was there. Like people were arriving, but the defense walked out, and the prosecution stayed. So usually juries take a poll first and see where they stand. Really? Wait, the jury members take a poll? So are there some holdouts? Only takes one, or they may just be being thorough and going over it. Oh, that's a lot of crap. Evidence, there's a lot to unpack. Yeah, I'm just confused about this whole question and answer thing they have that they were talking about. Okay. I'm gonna have to leave this on and hope I make it back before they say anything, but I have to bring my dogs out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Allison, I was thinking about this too with the Casey Anthony stuff. That was freaking frustrating, and you really, really never know what the jury members are thinking because it's 12 different people. Like there's a lot of women on there. I hope there's a lot of mothers. So hopefully that works. I watched I don't know. I didn't know they had a series. I did watch the special that they did on the Casey Anthony story because I had never watched the entire thing. I just knew about it. And yeah, that one was so freaking frustrating because she was guilty and she got away with that. Okay, so you're saying yes, this is how she answered? I don't like that. So the jury given the definition of mental state recklessly, you must use definition provided. You should use your common sense in judgment and consider ordinary usage. So basically they're saying that the jury was having to be given the definition of what mental state recklessly. Are they trying to use his mental state? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like it. Yeah, when they first go in, they usually take a poll to see where everyone stands. Oh, I didn't know that. Um, I didn't watch Casey Anthony's trial. I just saw bits of it, like from the special that I watched on her, and that's like when she speaks again or whatever. And me and Allison actually had talked about that one too. I don't know. I think that she's still lying about it, trying to blame it on what was it, her dad? Like that whole thing was just crazy. Do you think the jury just came in with a question? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is that a possibility, Allison? Like maybe it was a question that the jury had and then the judge had to answer it. And that's, oh my Lord. So it's like 12:30 for them. It's lunchtime. So yeah, I mean that's probably why the freaking defense walked out. They're probably like, yeah, we're just gonna go to lunch. Cause all of this is just taking way too long. It was just a Oh, you keep saying Leo, Allison, so, like, you're throwing me off because we call her Leopard, and you keep saying Leo, and it's like, I get confused, I'm like, "Why does she keep saying Leo?" And then I was like, "Wait, she's shortening Leopard's name like that." Yeah, I mean, the jury of public opinion, we think that, the guilty, but it doesn't count what we think. I don't know, y'all. Let me see if they update this again. Oop. Trying to see if they have a mod that maybe said something. Oh, oh jeez. Yeah, see, I'm wondering like why are they bringing up mental state and the definition of mental state? Freaking dude knew what he was doing. Like, if they're gonna try to come back and say something with mental, like, nah. And that has never even it didn't even come up in the trial. Nothing about mental issues at all. Like, and if he was so innocent, why didn't he get up there and testify and tell us why he's innocent? If he wants to point the finger at Kayla, why didn't he get up there and testify and tell us why Kayla and explain to us how and everything else? He didn't. So in my opinion, he's freaking guilty. Oh yeah. You remember that statement that the defense said yesterday? I hadn't heard it in during the testimony of Kayla. I heard it when I went back and watched last night, but I didn't know that in closing they mentioned that Adam had a breakdown after he did whatever he did in the bathroom to Harmony, that he had a breakdown and he tried to end his life. I hadn't really heard that during the trial, but like I said, she did say it because I went back. But I wonder if they're referring to maybe that stuff, like mentally he wasn't okay because I mean, look what you just did. Of course you're not okay. Freaking sick. So they just updated and said the jury has been deliberating for 6 hours or 6.5 hours. Oh man. Okay, so they usually work through lunch. Even the jury. You watched the whole trial of Casey Anthony? Dang. That's kind of what it sounds like. Whatever the reason, they're asking the questions, which means they might have doubt. They might have doubt, or they just want to be informed, like, and so they're just asking just to make sure. So they didn't actually, yeah, they didn't prove anything to blame Kayla at all. It's just words. And I understand Kayla's was just words too. Most of her testimony is just words. But the thing was is that everything that Kayla said, not everything, but a lot of the major things were backed up by evidence. And he pointed all of that out in the closing arguments. Like when she testified to the ceiling thing, that came back definite. When she testified about bringing Harmony to him at work, there were 2 coworkers of his that saw that bag in that cooler every day and saw him with the bag. So there was a lot of evidence for a lot of the things that she said, but the defense had nothing to say about their allegations. Like, how are you going to sit there and say my client is innocent, but I can't prove to you how? I'm just taking his word for it. After she got out of jail, they had a lady that got beat. Oh, because they looked like Casey Anthony? Dang, can you imagine, like, if Kayla, like, okay, I know Kayla's parole thing is coming up, and, like, let's say she does get out, like, that could very likely happen to her too. Okay, so talking about the mental state, that wasn't in the trial, but it can go to his state of mind with the willingly and purposefully intent. Oh my gosh. But the thing is that at the point that he had that moment where he was down and wanted to end his life, he had already done what he done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was at the point of right before he disposed of her. So you're talking 3 to 4 months down the road. At the time that he actually did it, he knew exactly what the hell he was doing. He wasn't out of his mind in those moments. He was just angry and used her as a punching bag. Like, he knew what he was doing. He did it over a course of 10 days, the whole time they were in the vehicle. Yeah, maybe after he did whatever he did in the bathroom because it was so disturbing, he probably had a moment like that, and I'm sure he's gonna have more moments like that. It's just freaking evil and dark and just, like, he didn't even show up. Like, it pisses me off. I heard Kayla, so the defense asked her about it, and she says yes. And then in closing yesterday, I want to say the defense brought it up again, because when they brought it up again, it was my first time hearing it. And I said, I don't even remember them mentioning that. So I kind of watched a little bit of Kayla's last night, and it was when the defense was cross-examining her, and they were talking about that. And she admitted to it. So I guess it's true. Yeah, it could be either or as to asking that question. It could be doubt. They could just want to be informed. They could just be confused. Never know. Are there any medical records proving his attempt? If not, I don't believe it. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. That's the aggravating thing is like the defense claims so many things that this happened and that happened, and this was said by the defendant, and your defendant chair is empty, homegirl. Like your client is like chilling at the jail. I'm trying to read. I was reading some of the chat in here. Yeah, what does that say that the defense couldn't call? They didn't call not one person. And it said not one person could stand up for a defense of Adam. That tells us a lot. So, like, how do you not have any witnesses for all of the stuff that you're claiming? You have nobody to call, like nobody to subpoena to come and corroborate your story. Uh, no matter how many times the judge says don't use Adam not being present against him, it's not a good look. Exactly. I keep thinking about it. So I imagine the jury does too. Yeah, it was after. It was after. Definitely. And it was right before he disposed of her. And that's according to Kayla. So, but yeah, he's definitely a coward, and he's proven that over and over. Mental state should be of the kind. When you answer the question, how do you feel? You cannot answer, I feel reckless. I feel exactly what this person feels, and maybe I'm wrong, but she said, I fully believe he killed Harmony. I also believe Kayla was or is so cold hearted toward Harmony that she didn't even care what the coward did, even helped him cover it up. It's kind of how I feel about her. Yeah, so they were saying right here for the weapons trial, it's 35 to 75 years. So he's in there for a while. It's pretty much a life sentence because I think he's in his late 30s. Oh, man. Look how many people's watching this stream. Almost 6,000 people. You know what, Allison, I read this morning that in New Hampshire, so he does have the right to waive his presence at the sentencing, but the judge can order him to be there. And so going back to all of the different like arrests and hearings, like with the weapons trial, it's always been the same judge and it's always been the same prosecution. So it's like I'm hoping that they at least order him to be there if it comes back a guilty verdict, that he has to be there for sentencing. Because like he's refusing to face anything else. So I hope the judge makes him freaking show up. Exactly. Face your fate, dude. He's a freaking coward. Once again, wait, what did this person say? Once again, jury to be announced around 2 p.m. Thank me later. Huh. Yeah, so they're saying what I said. Adam is already doing a life sentence, basically. But the thing is that if he indeed killed Harmony, as a lot of us believe, I know I do, we want him to be officially named. Like he should be charged with her murder. Like that's it. You know, some people are just like okay with it because he is doing time regardless, but he killed his daughter, and if he needs to be charged with it. Oh yeah, it was a commenter on the live. Sorry, so I was watching the chat because sometimes they'll say something in there, and yeah, it was weird. It's like we would hear something from the jury around 2, but I don't know how they could know that. It doesn't look good for no witnesses being called. However, state has to prove beyond. Yeah, that's the thing. The burden of proof is on the state. Reasonable doubt. Defense doesn't have to prove innocence. Ugh. Well, defense should have to prove that Kayla, okay, to me, they should have to prove what they're claiming. So if they're claiming that Kayla did it, then okay, show us. Show us your evidence because they had none. In the jury instructions, the judge explained that. Girl, I zone out whenever the judge starts talking with them long paragraphs and them words I don't understand. Yeah, I can't. I understand most of them, but sometimes you're just like, what? This state has different rules. I heard that it's what is it called? A commonwealth. So those of you in chat that know what a commonwealth state is or whatever, does that have anything to do with their judicial system? Because I was reading that and I was like, I wonder if that's why some of their rules are weird. TJ Allison. Micah has him and he's eating, but he was being a little fussy, but he's good.
Here, you hold it.
Oh, if you start crying with TT, oh, what am I gonna do with the baby? Hey, oh, you want your mama to come get you? Hmm? You want mama to come get you? He said yes, Allison. Come get him. Oh, baby, it's okay. Hold on, y'all. Did my chat stop or did y'all like just stop talking? And I'm asking that because I know the other night we were live on Wrestler's channel and he kept saying the chat was like stopped or something. Okay, so we're good. How long are we gonna be here, y'all? You're good, Leopard Brand. I was too. I need to go put some laundry in my dryer. It's not stop. Okay. Well, thank y'all all for being here. Hopefully, we have good news today. Yeah, little man is here at the house, Allison.
Is Abby still in the chat?
No. Okay, I'm seeing in the chat right here that they're saying that the verdict is in. Does anybody see the verdict on another channel or anything? Not guilty. What? Where? I gotta find this crap. Um, yeah, on WFLA it says the verdict reached. It don't have guilty or not. Just that there has been a verdict reached. And I can't share theirs because it has like paid promotion and they will copyright. But on WFLA's Facebook, if y'all YouTube channel, if y'all want to watch it, it says breaking news. A verdict reached in Montgomery murder trial. So I don't know why this channel is not showing it, but it says there's been a verdict reached. Let me go check on I'll check on Twitter while we're waiting. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, all I heard was the audio from my WFLA, and that sound that it makes whenever JB comes on is what we heard all the time during Gabby's case. So like instantly, I think it's an update about Gabby, like automatically. Oh, Grandmammy Annie, you missed your flight? What? You didn't rebook your ticket? Dang, that sucks. I love JB too. We can't stream them. I'm gonna keep burping, boy. Oh, what? Hey, hi, hi. What doing? Yeah, I have a friend that went to Amsterdam. That sucks. I'm on Law and Crime. Is Court TV live now? I mean, they were live earlier, but it was like the middle of a trial. So yeah, they're showing like opening statements or something in another trial. Yeah. Court TV is not showing it today. Oh, no. Oh, I know she has to be a nervous wreck. That's Crystal right there in the front. That's Harmony's mom right there. Yeah, you already know she's crying. Oh, you got a ticket to Europe for a concert next week, Grandmammy Annie? That should be fun. It is very nerve-wracking, Leopard. I agree. I don't know. I think they might have had. Okay, so Allison, are you here? So like when they have five, it's like five different charges, right? Like the two that he conceded to, the murder, the assault, and then tampering with a witness. So they're gonna read out each one, and each one will be guilty or not guilty, right? Because like I'm wondering if they had issues, like they were saying in the chat, about the murder charge. They probably will zoom out eventually, Leopard. I'm guessing because it's Crystal, you know. They're just they're gonna show us, yeah. See, and I figured it'd be really full today. Facts. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. They read out each guilty or not guilty for each charge. What if they forgot to put the audio on? I know I didn't. The audio's on. Okay, let me update this. Hi. Hi, man. You hear him, Allison? You come get him. It's like he wants to. I don't know if he uses it on me, but he's always like chewing on his hand too. Oh gosh. But yeah, his mommy should be on her way soon to pick him up. Yes, I know you're not home. They'll probably put the audio on when it begins. Yeah, I guess so. I wanna go see what JB's saying. I just can't show everybody. I wonder if I could play JB's voice if I just played it on my phone and not streamed it. Maybe I could do that. It's just the audio. Let's see. While we're waiting. I'm gonna try, but we have a baby in the background, so let's see what we can do. But I'll play it.
People have been saying in our comment section, was there where did our system fail? How can society improve to ensure that a young, sweet, innocent girl can't just go missing for years? That shouldn't be allowed. It can't happen. And as we now know, Harmony Montgomery's life was absolutely excruciating, and it was as a result of course, what her life was like with whom had custody of her. So again, that's all according to the testimony that has been put forth at trial. We are here live, and now we are seeing that more and more people are filing into the courtroom. We now have the state back in the courtroom. They have, without question, been told that a verdict has been reached. So we now have the attorneys for the state, the attorneys for the defense in position, now just awaiting the judge who will call the jury into the room and read the verdict aloud.
Oh gosh, this is so nerve-wracking.
I do not have any audio. I have the audio at full blast, so the moment that audio comes in, we'll be able to hear it together. But of course, strict pool camera rules dictate when audio can be transmitted out of the courtroom and when it shouldn't be.
Oh man. Yeah. It's a lot. I wonder like what order they're gonna read the charges in. My goodness. I mean, just the two that he conceded to carry a certain amount. You know what I mean? Like, and then you have two or three other charges against you. Like, I just wish that he would have to be there. It's just so not fair that he doesn't have to be there. I think that's something they definitely need to change, especially for situations like this when you have a monster like this who murdered his 5-year-old daughter, who can just sit back at the jail and
Montgomery
kill.
electing not to be present
JB read my mind.
as the verdict is being read.
Okay.
Audio coming through. Let's listen in.
Where's our audio? Okay.
Ron? Yeah, he's muted. Did you call for them? Yes. All rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah, same. He's a little bitch.
You may be seated.
Would the foreperson please rise?
Mr. Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
That's correct.
As to charge ID 1937947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes. As to charge ID 2027112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Yes,
You say that he's
yes,
guilty,
yes,
Mr.
yes,
Foreperson?
yes.
That's correct.
Guilty.
So you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And as to charge ID 2027113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And on charge ID 2027114C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And on charge ID 2027115C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
I
yes,
wanna
yes,
thank you
yes.
For your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other. So it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right. Thank you so
Oh
much.
my
ladies and
gosh,
gentlemen.
thank
All rise for
God.
the jurors, please.
What? Does that talking to you? What? Does that talking to you?
On all 5, right? It was like 5 charges. Oh, it's always going to be off the record, of course. Dang, they found him guilty in all 5 counts.
They found him what?
Guilty for all 5.
Damn.
Thank God. Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know how much time the parties feel that they need.
Right, Leopard, this is what I'm feeling right now. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I know.
Both sides be prepared. Actually, I don't know what the court's. court might not have
I know.
time
I gotta go check on Nerdy.
time that day, so let me look.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
No, I'm actually going to be in trial that day. I have a docket in the morning, but I'm in trial after. It may be that we need to, maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared? And I'll have,
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say, sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April 1st. I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon my best estimate, Your Honor, is probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours. Would be the safest time period to go. If we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April. It may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
So what was this for, Allison? And why is the screen gonna do this crap now? What the frick?
Certainly. Okay. If there are other concerns.
Is this for sentencing?
Certainly plenty of time. Okay. If there are other constraints, please let the court know. Otherwise, we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st. Is that okay with you? Yes. Okay. We have jury trials to work around.
It does, Kim K. Oh my God, yes.
All right. I'm not inclined. I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Sentencing memos, any sentencing memos should be in, I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court. That will give time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date, we're getting closer. The state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, will have to be transported here for the sentencing.
Yes.
Pursuant to that statute.
He wants them to be there.
Okay. If you're going to file something, did you say?
File that, Your Honor. There's very clear statute on it. There's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark.
They should make him freaking be there.
Okay. Anything else the defense wants to raise?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Dang, it took forever and then they just joined. Wow. So they just court is adjourned that quick? And how long did they deliberate for? Like almost 7 hours? So they need a half a day for sentencing. Judge says might need to be in May. That's it? And yes, this is the best part about it, Leopard, is that he is never getting out of jail. You know how many people are probably relieved about that fact? Yeah, I know. And that's what I'm saying. He had so many run-ins and so many issues with police officers. Like, they all know who he is. Like, I'm sure this is the great day for a lot of people. I mean, for a lot of us that were just covering the case. Can you imagine the people who dealt with Adam Montgomery? I mean, we've seen his interviews. We've seen how he acts. And he knows that he did this. Like, you don't even show up. You obviously have something to hide. That's a great, the prosecution did a great job. Thank you, Mom First, for being here. That's it. Yeah, Adam he's going where he needs to be, and that's that. Oh, so justice for Harmony, y'all. This has been so long. Like, so long. For the longest time, we didn't even know we had that much evidence. So thank God the jury saw through, and they put their feelings aside, obviously, of what they think about Kayla, because we had to do the same thing ourselves. Oh, they're interviewing Crystal? Okay, let me drop WFLA right here. Because I can't stream it, but y'all can go over and watch it. Because I'm probably going to go ahead and end this stream now that we have a verdict reached and we know that he is guilty on all 5 counts. Thank God. And I'm going to drop this for y'all so y'all can go watch this. Or let me see. Maybe I could play it if I can get back to it.
He's a coward. He's a coward. He's always been a coward. That's why he did what he did. He took away from the people that loved her. because he couldn't hack that he didn't have control. That's all he cared about was control of everything in his life. She wasn't anything to him.
Crystal, what's next?
A lot. I just can't say yet.
Crystal,
Do you
what
plan
are
to
your
be
thoughts
there
with
for
Harmony
sentencing?
right now? Is this sort of come back?
He's here with me. She is the one that keeps me strong every day.
He was held accountable today. Is there other people that should be held accountable for what happened,
Huh.
including the state of Massachusetts, the state of New Hampshire?
I won't talk about that.
Will you be there for sentencing and give an impact statement? He is supposed to be there for sentencing. Are you looking forward to
Okay, Allison,
seeing
love
him
you.
and maybe confronting him?
Yes, I'll be there. And I'll be looking him in the face while I say my impact statement. Because he can't get away from that. He has to be there. So he has to listen.
After all is said and done, would you say justice has been served for your daughter?
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Crystal, they mentioned that in closing, that your daughter was robbed of dignity, she was robbed of peace, and she was robbed of a tombstone, a place to go. She's still out there, Cynthia. How important is that part of this? It's not over for you.
That's still a huge part of it. It's not over. It's not going to be over until she's found. We are still looking. The police, we as a family, we are still looking.
And Crystal, your message to everyone that have really been impacted and touched by this case.
I just want to thank everybody for their love and support, and for the people that believed in me and reached out to me this whole time, and never doubted me. The people that know me have known my whole life. They know how much I loved my daughter, and they know how much I fought for her, and I did everything I could. And when I didn't have anything left, I still tried. So for the people that doubted me, they don't matter to me. They're not a thought in my mind.
You have a message for him today if he's listening to any of this or heard the verdict. What would you say to him today?
I hope that what he did plays over in his mind every single waking moment that he lives on this earth. And I hope that he never falls asleep without seeing her beautiful face.
Did you think that this day would come? I mean, you struggled with this, couldn't find her. Did you ever think that this day would come?
I knew it would, because that's why I did all that I did, so that it would.
Thank you, JR Nana, for showing up and showing love, sending love and light. Same to you. And yes, Kim K, the prosecution is asking the judge for a order for him to be at court for sentencing. So let's hope that that goes through. So he has to be there. I hope so.
Did it give you any solace at all?
A little bit of peace, but she's still out there. So that's what I think about every day.
What are your thoughts on all the work police have done already and continue to do?
The police have been amazing. They still reach out to me and tell me all of the, they're doing, and they all show up here today to be there for her.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I love their hoodies. Their hoodies are like gray with a pink heart. And it has Harmony Renee. And it says Justice for Harmony. Oh, I like that. Aw. She has her nickname on the back where she used to call her Mookie Butt. So on the front of the hoodies, it says Harmony Renee, and she said she is not a Montgomery. And that's actually a really valid point. I don't blame her for saying that. Oh goodness. But I'm gonna go ahead and end this live now because we've been on here for a minute. I think he should be ordered to be there for sentencing so he can exactly. Leopard. So yeah, the judge said she would get back to him. But I'm gonna go help Micah with the baby, y'all. He's crying. He's upset. I love you all. Justice for Harmony Montgomery, and thank you all for being here for all of the coverage. I love all of you. Y'all are the best. Justice for Harmony. Yay. Love you all. Bye.